Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Tuesday, July 9, 2024. Commissioners Court is meeting in special open session. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance? United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Judge, do you have any opening comments you'd like to make before we begin?
Yeah, just as always, on behalf of commissioners that we have today, and this is pretty a great day for us. A lot of things that we have to think about. Obviously, our community is waiting for us to do the right thing. I think we've done a tremendous amount to get to this point. I'd like to thank the advisory board and everything that they've done, our legal team and Jose and Melissa and everybody else that got us to this particular point. Just came from an interview with K-Fox, and they were asking about, how good do we feel about what we've tried to get the feedback and the input. And I can tell you this commissioners here, they're adamant about considering what the community has to say. And the information that we received, obviously, we need more information, we need more participation. We can't be happy with, as much as the increase, the first phase was not as viable, and we didn't get as much feedback, but then the second phase, we started to get a lot more feedback. So we thank you, the community, and hope you put your trust in us that we'll make the right decision. We are very sensitive about increasing the taxes. If, there might be that situation, obviously, but it's not something that we don't really get our heart into and try to make sure that we do the best we can. So once again, we thank all of you that are here today and the public for what they've done to get us to this point, and very appreciative of all of that. So I wish everyone the best as we move forward with some decisions that are going to be remember, these are generational decisions that we'll be making. These are things that people will live with for a lot of years afterwards. So thank you. We welcome you. And like I said, wish you all the best.
Today we are joined by ASL interpreters Selena Saloom and Dario Garcia. Item number 3 is public comment. We do have one speaker signed up for public comment. We have Mr. Jim Center. And just as a reminder, there is a 5-minute time limit for public comment.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. It's great
Welcome.
to see you. Thank you for all your hard work that you do. And as we have presented and talked about the UTEP Uplift project with the Sun Bowl, I've learned a great deal more about county government and what each of you do and how hard you work and the challenges you have in leading and representing our citizens. And I appreciate that. And I just want to publicly thank your staffs individually, as well as the county staff, Betsy and her team, and everybody I've had a chance to meet and get to know for all the hard work that they do. You all have really tough jobs. You really do. And Judge Samaniego, just as you said, the decisions that you make have an effect for generations. And I think as I stand here and I represent the University of Texas at El Paso in the Sun Bowl Uplift project and our vision for what that could be, it's a generational decision. Not that we won't continue to work and do things like we have already, invested over $20 million in the Sun Bowl and continue to make that the best venue that we can make it. We need partners. And for us to be able to present the Sun Bowl to both internal constituencies, people within the city, the county of El Paso, but as well as the tens of thousands of people who come every single year from outside of our region. And as you all know, when you go places all over this country, when you say El Paso, almost inevitably someone says the Sun Bowl, right? I mean, they know El Paso through the Sun Bowl Association and the Sun Bowl game and other events that have gone on there. So I stand here just to reiterate how we believe it's really, really important, how we think it's a viable project. Obviously, you all have seen the information that we have shared publicly that the Hunt Institute had done on the impact, the economic impact of over $2 billion over the next 30 years, the creation of over 600 jobs, that will bring in obviously revenue and a base to the community, in addition to the 80 million plus in tax revenue. So we feel like and while those are all economic numbers and things of that nature, it's really about how do we want to present El Paso and how can we enhance and partner with the county to increase and enhance the quality of life that we have for all El Pasoans. And as Dr. Wilson has often said, make this a must stop for all the A-list acts instead of a gas stop, right? And I think we all get that and we understand it and we realize what that means. And I can just tell you that as I continue to lead UTEP athletics, our ability to partner with people and organizations who can help us put the university forward in its best light is really, really important. It's probably the only way we can do it. I mean, we'll be able to continue to keep doing what we do, but it won't be as good as it could be. And we won't be able to do as much as we'd like to help enhance this community and the lives of people that are here and affect the economic impact. And you all have got tough jobs. You've got to make tough decisions. I appreciate that. But I just want you to know how we will continue to keep working with the county, with the city to do everything that we can possibly do, but we need partnerships and we need help from organizations like this who can really help us lift the Sun Bowl up. So with that, I will stop. Does anybody have any questions of me?
Thank you. During public comment, we can't interact during public comment unless
Okay.
it's within the topic itself. Am I correct? Yes. No, but we thank you. Thank you for your time. I know that I'm still surprised that people don't know that we're the second oldest bowl in the country, and people still look at me like, so we need to promote that a little bit better. But thank you for your partnership. We appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
Item number 4A.
Apologize.
I'm sorry,
Judge,
go
may I
ahead.
I'd really like to say something before we start.
Sure, go ahead.
May I?
Absolutely, Commissioner.
You know, we've been reaching out to the public on these proposed plans, and, you know, it's evident that our outlying areas in the county are growing. We have more needs. And not only that, even those outlying areas that for a long time, decades, have suffered from no water, no sewer. And these aren't just, and I'll call them essentials that people really need, and they are, you know, not just comfort issues, they're safety issues. You know, having access to water and sewer is really, you know, an essential and a necessity. And you know, I've attended the meetings in my precinct, and it's evident that, you know, people are concerned about that. You know, and I get it. We're all concerned about taxes, but, you know, we all sit here on Commissioners Court. We are all the same taxpayers as all of the community, and we take that very, very seriously. There's some people in our community that, you know, it's hard, but at the same time, there's people with a lot of needs that we have to make sure that we take care of those. And apart from that, we have a community that we want to make sure that we make it better. You know, when in our county, through our administration, have identified opportunities to improve the quality of life in our county. Some of these are foundational projects, like, you know, including the improvement of our parks. I heard people from, you know, Gallegos Park in our community is a hidden gem. Some people didn't know, you know, even that it existed out there, and we had some projects out there for the planting of trees. And the community, our community center needs improvement. We need to make investments into, you know, large shade structures, more trees, and not just in Gallegos and West Wave. And that community has really come forward to help in developing their park. But I think Cascarate is also, it's just a diamond in the rough that we really should pay attention to, that we really need to develop. I think our community sorely needs it because we are, you know, we have this huge park and it's very underutilized. You know, I've gone during the week and I don't see a whole lot of people out there. And I think there's ways that we can develop and make Cascarate really something special for our community. You know, it's not just parks, but, you know, playgrounds. We've developed some playgrounds out both at Gallegos and at Cascarate. These are, healthy foundational community projects that, that the people want. We've heard that throughout these meetings that, one of the main things that our response, that the response to these projects are is that, first-time water and wastewater is number one, and then it's parks. And then it's upgrading our facilities. We hear the people, we hear what they want and what their priorities are. Obviously, we're going to have a lot of hard decisions to make, but I think, taking into account, we hear people say, well, y'all need to do more grants. Well, I invite our community to really, watch our last meeting that we had on just yesterday. We are doing that. We are applying for grants. Our administration is really very active in soliciting ways that we can partner with other entities so that we can develop this infrastructure. We can make these better projects, these quality of life issues that we all really need. And of course, we should be open, to public and private partnerships, just like UTEP. Our grants, and even those, though, require some kind of investment. The grants require some kind of investment. So we have to be very mindful of how not just that's going to affect the one-time outlays, but how it affects our maintenance and operations budget, because it's very, right now we're a very critical point because some outside issues that were beyond our control, frankly. The state of Texas has just really made it very difficult for our budget this year. I invite the people of the community, please watch our meetings coming up. We're in the middle of going to be doing our budget. Please tune in so you can understand what the pressures that we have up here in terms of making sure that we have a balanced budget. But there's some outside pressures, some outside mandates from the state that require us to do these things, and it's out of control, and we must spend them. And so the community just needs to be very aware that, we're under some very tight constrictions, but, we want to make sure we take care of our employees, and of course, we want to make sure we take care of the resources so that we can provide good services to our community, and not just good services, excellent services to our community. And apart from that, make sure that we improve their quality of life. My God, I can't understand that, for decades, a lot of our people suffer from not having water out in their communities. That to me is unacceptable. And we just need to do a better job at that. So with this, I think there's going to be some opportunities that, I want to thank our BOAC, the bond committee, for their time and effort. It's, it takes a lot of time to sit and listen through all these things, and I want to thank our administration for the time they've put in to make sure they seek this input from the community and from the committee. So please, community, I just want you to join in and listen to our meetings. For the next few months, we're going to be discussing a lot of items. We're going to make a decision on these projects. And I know that, El Paso County, our community, deserves more, and I hope the voters agree that we deserve more. We're not a third-rate city. We're not a third-rate county. We deserve every bit as much as other communities, and we can certainly do it. Judge, thank you very much, commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Coronado.
Okay. Item number 4A from the regular agenda, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the development of the FY 2024 multi-year capital plan for El Paso County, including project selections, performance objectives and outcomes, performance management, operational management, corresponding financial planning related to capital investments and operational needs, and general capital direction.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Betsy Keller, County Administrator. Today, I want to just be really clear. Today, we are not asking for formal action, or we're not adopting any kind of bond orders. Today, we will be presenting information about how we have made it to this point. We'll discuss the Bond Advisory Committee recommendations, and we're here to seek and hear additional feedback, thoughts, concerns about these potential significant projects, many which would require an election of the public and a tax rate increase if passed. This discussion, feedback, and direction will assist our team to bring back more information as we move forward through this process. I also want to echo the comments, just thanking the Bond Advisory Committee, thanking our team, our staff, our vendors that we have used to go through this process. It has been really helpful, insightful. The community input has been, for me, very enjoyable process. And just the work our team, the commitment of our team is also something I've been very proud to watch through this process. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jose Landeros.
Thank you, Mrs. Keller. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Landeros with County Administration. We'll be walking you through this large set of data and information today, beginning with an update on what the Bond Advisory Committee has done, and also touching point on a few critical data points for your reference throughout this morning's presentation. I wanted to start with this, and I think it's because the county has never done anything like this. The last time that the county went out to voters asking them to approve the issuance of debt was in 1993, when the county was then constructing the jail annex. There were some cost overruns for the reconstruction of this courthouse, the one that we're meeting in today. And since then, the county has not engaged the public on capital planning or debt at the level that we have today. There's a limited number of county employees who were around to see the construction of the courthouse and remember what the process was. But I can tell you that the departments and the teams that are listed here on the slide have gone above and beyond, giving up time away from their families, their friends, their loved ones, late hours, early mornings, lunch meetings, all in the aim of facilitating a process that ensures that we connected with residents where they are. I think we've hit the nail on the head when the largest public meeting we held was in Fabens. Had the attendance that surpassed that of Franklin High School. Very active community, and that's a testament to Commissioner Holguin and your office, and also each of your offices and the work that you all did to help us promote those meetings, help us get the word out, in addition to the work that our communications division and operations led. But specifically, there was a core team that was comprised of operations, administration, and public works that really focused on facilitating this process, everything from the meeting logistics to supporting the Bond Advisory Committee. And I really wanted to make sure that we gave all of these departments here the recognition that they deserve for the work that they've done really over the course of the past several years. This initiative began in its current form back in December of 2022, when the county was first exploring the formalized capital planning process that has led us to date. And so in the winter, late fall, early winter of 2022, we began discussions with the court on formalizing some of the planning processes that had been decentralized in Public Works and in the Budget Department into this office that I have the opportunity to work in with a very great team. And over the course of the last 18 months, we've arrived here today. And that's a testament to your vision and your leadership and your support, as well as that of Mrs. Keller, our Chief Administrator. And I wanted to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to meet residents. I can tell you that we've had a number of conversations with your constituents that have been eye-opening for us, that have been energizing, give us that support that we feel to make connections that drive us to do this job. Because at the end of the day, as public servants, I think we're all here to serve the community, to make this community a better place. And I'm proud to be able to have worked along this initiative and project with so many great county professionals.
Thank you, Jose.
This is my favorite slide, mine and Melissa's. This gives you a timeline of where we are. And so you can see that last summer, all of the boxes were black, meaning that they had yet to be checked off. And so as we've moved through every single step in this process, we are now in the home stretch. Important to note, I'll reiterate what Mrs. Keller mentioned in her opening comments. We are not here today to ask for the court to finalize or approve the list. The intent of today's workshop is to provide you an update to the Bond Advisory Committee, what recommendations they made, and then solicit your feedback on any revisions or adjustments that you all would like to make to that list, and also allow the court a chance to have a discussion about strategy on how you'd like to proceed moving forward. If there is going to be a go bond, what that looks like, what are the amounts that the court is familiar with. Really just a bit of an open forum for the court to discuss everything that relates back to the capital planning process. And so we'll do that throughout the course of today. But ahead of us, after today's meeting, if there's a need for additional workshops to continue this work and continue these conversations, we do have about a month's time before we start hitting some statutory dates with respect to the calling of a go bond election. And so on August 12th is the earliest that the Commissioners Court could consider calling for a go bond proposition to be listed on the November 2024 ballot, and August 19th would be the last date that the court would be able to do that. And so we do have about a month's time between today and then for the court to continue to finalize and work through the list. And so that's why you see those last two dates on this list. And so that red dash is the midway point of where we are. We're transitioning from having the formal BOAC recommendation, preparing for the court to adopt its final list and finance structure and take any other action that's related to that. Here are some of the dates that I mentioned, August 12th and 19th. You can see here, there's 3 critical items that would happen around that time. If the court is in agreement to issue debt through a go bond, you would call for that measure to be placed on the ballot on those dates. We'd also ask for those dates to be the meetings where the court adopted the final project list. And so you would adopt the final project list, know the amounts, the projects that are going to be located in there over the next several weeks. We'd work with financial advisor and bond counsel to structure what those propositions would look like so that we can gain your feedback and then continue working toward that goal. But by that date, that would be the window of opportunity for the court to make that decision. We'd also ask the third item for the court to then at that point dissolve the Bond Advisory Committee. The Bond Advisory Committee has been a critical component of this entire process. I think they've done an amazing job being able to collect a lot of the information that we have presented, at times an overwhelming amount, admittedly, but nonetheless, they have been very frank and honest and direct in their conversations and been very productive in developing the recommendation that you see before you, and also open to each other's feedback and questions and commentary. And so it was very smooth process, and I think that's a testament to the work and the leadership that exists in the appointees to that committee. But with that said, the way that the committee was organized was limited to just developing a recommendation to get us to this point. And so we would ask that the court dissolve the BOAC under the existing terms, and then direct staff to begin developing a new set of rules and regulations for a bond. The name may stay the same, but effectively this group would transition, we would create a body that would begin to monitor the spend down of capital funding, especially any funding that's associated with a public vote, just in the interest of transparency and accountability back to taxpayers. So we begin working on that. I think a number of the BOAC members have expressed some interest in continuing to serve in that new capacity. We highly recommend that that be something the court considers if we move forward with the issuance of public approved debt. And then after August 12th, the bond proposition, if ordered by this court, would become a political measure. And so as a result of that, public funds cannot be used for political advertising. The county's role would shift to providing very factual information about the projects in a very sanitized manner. We work closely with the county attorney's office as lead, as well as our county bond counsel, to ensure that any messaging or information or presentations are compliant with the limitations set forth in state law about how we can share information about these projects. So just to provide you with some of these data points that I know the court has seen, this is what we presented to the Bond Advisory Committee. The maximum finance capacity remained at $500 million. This is the amount that Stiefel has recommended to the court and not be exceeded so that we do not affect our bond rating, with the understanding that there are a number of factors that go into our bond rating, but this is one that we have direct control over, right? And so there's other issues like overlapping debt, the overall health of the economy, wages, disposable income. All of those factors go into what an agency's bond rating is. Some of the factors that remain within our control is the amount of debt that we can issue. And so Stiefel has recommended that we stay at a conservative amount of $500 million to not affect our bond rating. Of that, the COs would be, the Bond Advisory Committee received the information that $195 million of debt could be issued without raising the county's debt tax rate. The Bond Advisory Committee took that and made that their new limit for their certificates of obligation recommendation. Originally, they had capped themselves at 150, which was the former amount. They've now increased that to 195. And then the GO bond amount was revised down from 350 to 305 million. And this is estimated to raise taxes by approximately, 3 cents. And so the county's current debt tax rate of a nickel would increase to 8 cents if voters approved the maximum amount of 305 million for debt issuance. So the BOAC took this information and is now currently recommending for the court to consider an issuance of certificates of obligation totaling $188 million combined. And that is $186 million in direct project cost, as well as a 1% project enhancement fund. The project enhancement fund is intended to be elements of public art, elements of enhanced greenery or landscaping that's meant to add an enhancement to any of those existing projects. Not every project will have a 1% add-on. We'll identify different properties or different projects that have more potential for that. For example, a stormwater pond with maybe enhanced landscaping around the perimeter to blend into the community more, or a building having some additional landscaping or public art commissioned in the lobby or common area for the benefit of the public. And so those examples are best practices when it comes to debt, to just ensure that the solution that's delivered by the government agency really meets the collective needs of the community. Then the committee also recommended a $294 million GO bond package. And you can see the breakdown there of direct project costs and that 1% project enhancement on top of that. And so the total recommendation is $482.44 million, about $17.5 million shy of your maximum capacity. The committee had a very deliberate conversation about leaving room in the capacity in the event of an unforeseen emergency. There may be other opportunities that come about, such as low-interest loans from the Texas Water Development Board for stormwater projects, finance options through the State Infrastructure Bank for TxDOT for roadway projects, all of which require some debt component to be associated with them. Those projects are not included in the project listing to date. And so leaving some capacity ensures that we have the ability to still complete those projects, work with these government-sponsored finance partners so that we can execute these projects in a more efficient manner and not pay for them completely outright. So that is something that the BOAC did keep in mind. That's the reason why you see the recommendation shy of the $500 million maximum capacity.
So, Jose, before we leave this slide, so these figures represent the actual amount of the debt issuance, but it's not what we're actually going to end up paying for these debt issuances. Are we going to get information on how much this debt issuance is going to cost? In other words, the interest that we'll be paying on top of this? Like, is that another little bullet point that we can add so that we can actually be looking at what these proposed debt issuance will actually cost?
Yes, ma'am. Let me give you that.
Do you have those numbers?
We do, and so we received that information when Stiefel has presented in the past. And so I can give you the information now. So in with regard to the certificates of obligation,
The 188,
the 188, this is based on the maximum capacity of 195 million, we would pay, so that would be issued over two tranches of debt. The first tranche would be in 2025, and we would receive $110 million in proceeds. The second tranche would be in 2028, and we would receive $85 million in proceeds. The 110 million would receive an interest rate of about 4.6%, and the total debt service would be 196.7 million. The second issuance amount would be of the 85 million would also have the same interest rate, and the total debt service there would be 150 million. And so when you add those up, you come to
346.7?
347. So the total debt service for the 195 is 347.2 million. And that is based on the maximum capacity of $195 million.
Apologize, how much did you say for the 85 million?
150.5. And so that comes
That's
to...
almost double what we end up ultimately paying, a little less,
Yes, ma'am.
right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. This is over a period of 25 years.
And it doesn't take into consideration that it may be paid off earlier?
If there's additional capacity, it could be so right now, the model that Stiefel has developed is a very conservative model in terms of tax base growth. And so over the next few years, that model may adjust, and so the number of years may come down. As the number of years come down, so does the amount of debt, so does the amount of interest that we pay, which is what's rising that cost. But right now, 25 years, that is what we would pay.
And it doesn't take into account that the fact that additional sales tax revenue is committed to debt.
Right.
Okay, so that
Judge?
was for the 188,
yes,
and then
ma'am.
for the
Just wait.
295?
Let me go down to the 295. So the 2025 70 million would be, the 70 million would have an interest rate of 4% and would have a total debt service of 81.8 million and in 2025. And then in 2027, the 235 million would have a total debt service of 474.6 million.
474. Okay. And so that total is,
556.4 million. My math.
so in total, between the two amounts, we're really looking at, if my math is correct, we're looking at about 900 million in total between the two.
903.6 million.
Okay. So I think that it's important to have those numbers as well. I'm not sure if this presentation, if we're going to be seeing the same presentation later, but if we could include that as a separate bullet point, because I think that that's really important to take into consideration. We've been talking about 500 million as our maximum capacity. BOAC is coming back with a recommendation of 482 million. But I think it's important that the public understand that those aren't the numbers ultimately of what is getting paid back. We're talking about 903 million in total. So I would appreciate including those figures as well, again, just so that the public really does understand the total amount that we're talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
And just for comparison purposes, what is our outstanding debt right now at the county?
The outstanding debt that we have, I would have to get that information back to you. I don't have it readily in front of me.
I think at one of the community meetings, a constituent asked, and I think you told them about 250
I
million?
believe so, but let me confirm that amount. Yes, ma'am.
And that's just the outstanding principal, or that's principal and interest, the
It would be
250?
principal and interest. It's total debt service.
Okay, total debt service. So the 903 million is quadrupling that, basically. It's 4 times as much as that, as our current. Close to, not quite, but close to. More than tripling.
I'm looking
Correct.
for, I would need to confirm that amount, but as soon as we have that information, we can come back to that point.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Coronado?
You know, one of the good things that I've heard in the news lately and just last night and this morning is that I think that 4.6% is going to go down. I think the Fed is finally at the point where they're going to reduce the interest rates, and it's going to happen, I think, sometime recently, very, very recent. Additionally, you know, if the second tranches of each of the COs and the GOs come next year, that's going to be even less than what. So I think including that, the second tranche is at 4.6%, I don't think is correct, because I think that the interest rate's going to go down. So whatever we decide to do, that's going to be a perspective of what we think the interest rate's going to be. But I know that pretty soon that interest rate's going to come down maybe 1/4 to 1/2% is what they're talking about. I mean, it's not a for sure yet, but it looks very, very optimistic that that's what the Fed's going to do. And unfortunately, you know, that's the way borrowing works. We got to pay interest. And, you know, just because we got to pay interest, we not going to fix our roofs. So that's just not the way things work. And
But even if the rates
obviously we have
come
to
down,
take that in
how much-
mind.
How much can we expect to save? For example, if the rates do come down, how much would that save us?
I don't know. I just, you know, I didn't know it was 4.6%, but assuming if that's down to 4.3 or thereabouts, it could be as much as saving 5 to 10% of the overall interest cost.
The majority of the issue amounts are out. More of the issuance is scheduled in 2027 and 2028. And so a favorable interest rate outlook, you know, even further out than just this coming year would yield some savings because the amounts are larger.
But that's not guaranteed. We
That
don't
is
know
not
for a
guaranteed.
fact that's going to
No,
happen.
ma'am. That's correct. I did confirm the amount. So here on the presentation that Stiefel gave the court earlier in June, the outstanding par amount that's still pending repayment is $256 million. And so this would increase that, Commissioner, like you mentioned, from the 256, it would add the 903 on top of that. And that is what, some of that is tax rate neutral because we have debt that is being paid off. And so because that debt's being paid off, the new debt will take its place in terms of the amount that's being paid. 195 of the 500 million capacity is tax rate neutral, and then the remaining amount would raise taxes by 3 cents.
Well, and for that reason, I would advocate to only considering projects that do not raise the tax rate. So whether or not that means half in COs, because those are essential projects, and the other half in GOs. But my position is going to be that I believe we should limit ourselves to an issuance of 195 million total so that it does not affect the tax rate for our residents.
Judge, I've got a...
Commissioner Stout and then Commissioner Leon.
When, you know, listening to this conversation, it just, I think, makes me think that, you know, we've, over the last number of years, we've managed our finances so well that we can quadruple our debt service if we so choose, or if the voters so choose, because the tax increase we're going to, in my opinion, asking the voters for, right? If we end up going for a GO and we go above the 195 million, it would be the voters who are choosing whether or not we would increase the tax rate, not the Commissioner's Court. But we have enough capacity to quadruple our debt service with what is really, it's a 3-cent increase on our tax rate. Would we be able to pay this amount with cash? Do we have or do we have $500 million in our reserves to pay with cash so that there wouldn't be any impact to the tax rate? Well, there would be an impact to the tax rate if we had that money, right?
We do not have capacity.
Right, so we don't have $500 million in our savings to be able to pay for cash. And if we did pay these projects with cash, how much would our tax rate increase? It would probably double. It would go from 45 cents to close to 90 cents. That's just not fiscally responsible. That's not something that we could do. And you know, if there are, again, I think we started this project and looking at close to $1 billion worth of things that are needed and things that are wanted as well. That, you know, and that's why we went to the public to ask them what they felt they needed and what they felt they wanted. You know, and I'm happy that we did go out to the public to get that feedback and try to make this as a participatory process as possible. But when we put things off as well, they become more expensive. Construction costs are rising, have been rising. You know, I think in the last number of years, 20, 30, 40%, Fernie, if you can correct me if I'm wrong. So, you know, when we have these things that we need and want to invest in, whether it is keeping the lights on in the jail or in the county courthouse, or making sure that there's AC, or that we have, you know, security and technology, or whether it's quality of life, like investing in parks like Ascarate Park or the Coliseum. You know, I think it behooves us to take into account that you know, it's going to cost taxpayers less now than it would in the future, and it's going to cost, you know, we're going to have to pay for it over a long period of time, and we'll have to borrow money for it, but our taxpayers could not, in my opinion, foot the bill and pay things with cash. You know, I think it's a fiscally responsible decision to borrow money to be able to pay for projects that have long-term shelf lives. And you know, at the end of the day, if we are going to ask for a tax increase, then the voters will choose that if they want or not.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Long?
Yes, thank you, Judge, Commissioners. I think the point that you bring up, Commissioner Holguin, is very, very good, very important. I kind of liken this to, at my home, if I buy a car, I'm going to want to know the total cost plus interest. Then at the same time, I'm going to want to know how much am I going to be making tomorrow, a year from now, 5 years from now. So, Jose, I'm going to ask you something that it's going to cost more work for your staff. As we look into the future on the total cost that you just add the interest, also as our tax base grows at the percentage that it's been growing for the last couple of years, where are we going to be in 25 years using that same formula? And I think it's common sense that we need to know how much is it going to cost, but yet how much am I going to be able to pay? Am I going to be able to add air conditioning to this car? Am I going to be able to buy good tires for this car? So I think it goes hand in hand. You're going to borrow this much, you're going to pay this much, and you're going to have so much left over.
Yes, sir. I can tell you that some information Steve has previously gone over with the court has been, keeping the example, how much would be, what am I going to be making in 5 years, 10 years? On that personal example, that's tied back to how much money can the county generate from its tax base growth. And so there's 2 points to that Steve has outlined. The average growth rate of the model that they put together for the court's review and information has an average growth rate of the tax base of 1.9% per year over 25 years, over the next 5 years, and then a growth rate of 0.5% every year thereafter. So for the 25 years, the first 5 years are at about 1.9% growth, and then years 6 through 25 are 0.5%. So it's a very conservative model. Because they do provide some further analysis that says that the historical average growth rate over the past 5 years has been 7.6%. And then over 10 years has been 5.3%. And so the tax base has grown at a rate that exceeds their model, right? But that's done by design because we don't have a crystal ball, just like you may feel like you're on an upward trajectory in your career, and then you may take a detour. And so the tax base may do the same thing. And so just in the interest of being as conservative as we can, working with Stiefel, that has been the information that they've presented. And so what that means, though, is that in the event that there is a year where we see unexpected growth, similar to this past year, we saw 14.93% growth in June of '24 compared to June of 2023. We may have opportunities to defease debt early, pay it down, reduce the tax liability to the county. Even between now and the issuance amount for some of these future issuances, the tax base will grow and we'll have updated numbers and a better forecast of what that debt might look like because of the growth in the tax rate. So we're conservative by design to ensure that we don't underperform on the amount of revenue that would be available for the debt service. But as that number increases, the amount that the county ultimately pays starts to come down because we have more money that we can assign to debt service, or we also have other opportunities to issue additional debt, right? So that's just something else for your consideration.
Thank you.
And so one thing's the property tax rate that would go towards, the 3 pennies that would go towards paying out the debt. But Betsy mentioned earlier sales tax. Can you explain to us how that works? And over the past 10, 15 years, have we had more sales tax than anticipated and been able to use that to pay down the debt?
So statutorily, counties that enact sales tax, not all counties collect sales tax revenue, and statutorily, there's an amount set that's based on the prior year's receipts of sales tax revenue that's collected. If and when the county exceeds that amount, by law, we have to put that additional revenue not into the general fund but back towards debt service relief, because the whole reason why sales tax was authorized for counties was as a way of relieving property tax relief, or by providing property tax relief to homeowners and to property owners. And so that's the measure that's there. I would defer to either Mrs. Keller or Mrs. Carrillo to be able to give us an overview of how much how we've used that in recent years, but I believe since the pandemic we have seen a pretty steady amount of revenue that's been assigned back to debt service payment as a result of some excess sales tax revenue.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I recently spoke with the auditor's office as we were looking at sales tax and how it plays a role. And although in the past few months we've been saying things such as sales tax growth is down, sales tax is still growing, just not at the rates we were seeing over the recent years, right? And so we know that in the first year we use that to pay back debt. That's the purpose of that sales tax. I'd want to work with the auditors and the budget department to see what those numbers are looking like right now. I've been working on budget hearings and seeing what those numbers are going to be going forward. But sales tax has slowed down, the growth is smaller, however, sales tax is still growing, right? So not at the high rates, but still growing, and so we would definitely use that to pay back this debt. It's designed to do that.
The Stiefel model has not assumed that there's any sales tax, excess sales tax revenue used, but they did point out that in fiscal year 2024, $2.7 million was used to reduce debt service in this current fiscal year. And that's just a result of that formula being based on the prior year's amount.
Betsy, do you remember if, like, in the last 10 years, we've actually seen a decrease in
No.
sales tax? We haven't, right?
No, we
we've
have
always,
not.
like, it's-
And it actually is multiple years before you actually can realize it. Barbara, do you want to go into the details?
Actually, can you hear me?
Yes.
Barbara Parker, County Auditor. Actually, it's a 12-month period we have to look at from the prior year, and it's any excess sales tax over the previous year. And it's been as high as $4 or $5 million. We're projecting this year it's only going to be about $1.4 million that's applied to the debt service.
Thank you. Commissioner Holguin?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make some more comments regarding the total amount of debt issuance that we're thinking of. So 195 million, which won't affect the tax rate, is still a tremendous amount of money. We could do so many projects with that amount. We could fix our parks. We could fix some of our HVAC issues that we're having, some of these real emergency items that do need to be fixed. To me, the argument that we either pay for this now or we pay more for it later doesn't necessarily apply, because that assumes that every single project on this list is absolutely necessary and will have to eventually be done, which I don't think is the case. And we just heard yesterday from one of our DA candidates that he doesn't believe the expansion of, or the reconfiguration of the DA's office is even necessary and should be included in this list. So that makes me think that maybe there are other projects that maybe aren't as necessary as we think that they may be, and maybe don't eventually have to be done. I mean, just that one project that we received the email about yesterday is $10 million. And there's clearly questions of whether or not it's even necessary. So I don't agree with we either pay for it now or we pay for it later, because that assumes every single project is necessary, and I don't think that that's been established. Again, 195 million is an incredible amount of money. And I think we can do a lot of very, very good work and get a lot of very good projects done with that amount without having to push the decision of raising their own taxes to the residents, because I don't think that's fair to ask them to raise their own taxes because they want better parks. We should be able to give them better parks without having to raise their taxes. I think they would appreciate that. Again, we have, at the last Stiefel presentation, he told us that we were going to have future capacity. I don't think that we have to take on so much debt all at once, but rather should be spacing it out. He told us that every 2 years we're going to have an additional 75 million of capacity without raising the tax rate. I'm not sure why we couldn't tackle this list of projects on that scale to meet that schedule of when we're not going to have to impact the tax rate. So that's the point that I'm trying to make, and that's what I'm going to be advocating for throughout this process of these next couple of months.
Yeah, and I'm trying not to put the cart before the horse. You know, we haven't had a chance to talk about the list. The list is not finalized, and you know, I may agree with you on many of these issues as we go through, as the meeting progresses and we go through the list of projects. Obviously, there are things on there that a number of us may think are not necessary, but when it does come to construction projects, it does cost more to push them back. When we actually decide to do the project, it's going to, in 5 years, the construction cost to do any of these projects is going to be more than it is now. So that's the point that I was trying to make, and we haven't had a chance to go through the list and talk about each project individually and whether you know, we think it should be on the list. You know, our BOAC and the public feedback has brought us this. It's not final by any means, and I'm eager to get into the conversation about what we each think we should be funding. So, thank you.
Yeah, but I, you know, I appreciate all the different dimensions because, you know, revenue, you know, what does it mean? You know, if you buy a $300,000 home today, it's going to cost you, well, by the time you pay it, it's going to cost you $900,000. But I don't think we say, well, I'm not going to buy it because it's going to be $900,000 eventually, but because I'm going to depend on certain factors and the things that happen, for example, that I'm making more money, that things are better, that otherwise, if we looked at what it would cost us to buy anything right now, we probably wouldn't buy it. If I said I got to buy a house for $300,000, it's actually going to cost me $900,000, you know, it'd be impossible for me to think in those terms. So I think the way you're looking at it, revenue, sales taxes, all these other factors that we need to put into that. But I do think, I personally don't feel that we don't allow our, it's almost like telling the public that we're not trusting them. If they want to raise their own taxes, that's their decision. And I would never keep that opportunity from them because they need to make that decision. I know that a lot of people are leaving El Paso They go to San Antonio, they go to all these other places because they can afford, they can, other things. And I can tell you that 195 million compared to what other communities of, a little larger than ours, it's amazing that they have that quality of life because they do invest in their future. They do reduce the cost by doing things appropriately and in a timely manner. But I'm not quite sure, but I think we'll wait because we're, like you said, we're getting the, let's see the projects first. But I think we should be just open-minded to say, let's do as much as we can. But, I think I trust the community to make the decision on their own as to what they feel, they want to do. Do they want their taxes raised? We want people to go out there and vote and make that decision for themselves. So I think it's going to be a great balance between everything we need to do, and then at that point, what we would allow the, our voter to determine. So, Commissioner Coronado.
I think that one of the things that if we want to look at these issues about how much in the future are we doing, let's look to the past. Because of the way our debt structure on the 3.5% on the COs, that was used to pay off debt that we incurred way back when, right? And it was set at 3.5%. And now we're able to do over 200 million with it. It just gives us an idea of how our finances over the years have progressed enough that when we set that tax rate back in the days to pay off whatever debt was back then, now we have an extra 250 million capacity with that same tax rate. That gives us a great indication of how progressively our finances are over the years. Not only that, it wasn't just that debt. We've incurred other debt since then put into that figure. And we still have that additional 250 million capacity. So I just think that we need to look at a perspective from the past of how our finances was done under that tax rate and how much that we think there will be over the next whatever years in that tax rate. And great, we may have capacity and try to do our projects, all of our projects with just that tax rate, but we know it's not feasible. Like Commissioner Stout said, some of those items that the community needs to take a vote on is, do you want to pay for them now or do you want to pay for them later when they're going to cost a lot more? And and it's going to cost us even more in interest at that point. So it's a fine, consideration of what we need to do. We need to make sure, we're not going to buy a house because it's going to cost us so much in interest. Well, it's going to cost us a lot more because that price of the house is going to go up next year or the year after that. And then the interest is even compound higher on that increase in that house. It's, we just need to look at it is, the public, I think, is, smart enough to make those decisions of whether we need that now. And I agree with you, Judge. I trust the public to make a decision on voting for those items. It's not to come up whether we vote for them or not. It's whether the public votes for them or not. And whether they think they want them at this time. So I trust the public to do that and tell us that. They've been telling us, over these meetings that they're very interested in making sure we do water, wastewater, and focus on our parks. And, they don't want new construction so much, but they do want make sure that we fix our facilities we have now. And that's exact same as construction. It's going to cost us more later if we don't do it now. So I just think we need to take a look at all those items by items and find out what we think the public, from what input we've received, is what we think that their priorities are. It's just a matter of let them vote. I think that's the right thing to do.
But I think we have to remember that if the public votes it down because they think we've asked to take on too much debt, these projects aren't going to be able to be done, right? For at least 3 years, we won't be able to finance these projects if the public votes them down.
We cannot issue debt for those projects that were not approved by voters, but we could go out to voters again. The court could restructure the package, reduce it, put the same exact package out at a different election date, number of options. But so long as the public keeps voting no, we restart that 3-year clock. of not being able to issue debt in the form of certificates of obligation or tax anticipation notes.
And that's why I think we have to be very careful regarding the amount that we put to vote by the public. Because if it gets voted down because the public thinks it's too high, then these projects that we've all agreed are very important aren't going to be able to be done for several years. That's why I think it's a very fine line with what amount we actually put out for a vote.
When's the last time we went out for a GO?
1993,
93.
I believe so.
So for 30 years, we haven't done it, roughly, right?
The county's issued other debt since then in the form of certificates of obligation. Most recently, in 2022, was the first time that we issued a tax anticipation note for this capital. But we've heavily relied on COs for nuts and bolts type projects over the past 30 years.
Right.
So we've taken on debt. It's just that we haven't actually put it out to vote.
Right, and I understand that, but I think it's time that the public they can make those decisions. And having to wait 3 years, on some stuff, we waited 30 years not to go for general obligation bonds. So what's 3 more years of difference if they don't vote it? I don't get that part, when it's going to end up costing more. Let the public decide if they want this or not. Jose, how much is it going to raise if we do the entire, just the GO part? How much is that going to raise taxes for it? What's the average home value in our county?
So the average home value is approximately $189,000, and so on a $200,000 home, it would be about $5 a month, or about $60 a year for those 3 cents.
$5 a month on the average home for just the GOs.
For just the GOs.
Okay.
Well,
The COs wouldn't cover.
well, if assuming the COs are there, the 3 cents cost a taxpayer $5 a month, $60 a year, for a $200,000 home.
$5 a month to get the
305 million.
5
max.
million.
And right now, your recommendation before you is below that, and so it would be a little bit less than that.
Be less than $5 a month if the public votes for it.
And if they don't, we won't be able to do those projects.
Yes, ma'am.
And if the tax rate goes down, it's going to be even a little bit less than that.
Sorry.
If the interest rate goes down,
Right.
it'll be even a little bit less than that,
Yes, sir.
right? Yeah, I think it's, it's something that I think the voters can take that
Commissioner
into
Leon,
account.
please.
Yes, thank you, Judge. That's why we all unanimously voted to put that BOEC together, for them to give us input on what they think. And there was, every meeting that I went to in my precinct, they were very thankful, number one, that the public was invited to have input. And as I'm looking through the list, I can appreciate what you're saying, Commissioner Olguin. As I'm looking through the list, like the Juvenile Justice Center, that's we're looking at about 37 million. We're not going to be receiving less juveniles as we move forward. And also keep in mind that our state, sooner or later, will pass a law that makes, instead of 17-year-olds, it'll be 18. So there's a huge amount of debt that's coming up. If you look at our new animal shelter, and you're looking at 32 million, and I know we're going to get into all this in the next few weeks, that we are going to have to make some serious decisions. And I've stepped back and not only looking at my precinct, but looking at this whole county-wide situation, that all of these decisions are not going to be easy. It's going to take a lot of thought and some hard decisions insofar as why we put this bond committee together and what the people told us. And every one of those meetings that I went to, I told the public, I am not voting on Carlos Leon's own opinion. I'm voting how you want me to vote. And they were very impressed. They said, what I see now and what I've heard are two different things. They were very impressed with the staff's presentation of all the issues that we have here in front of us. So I was very elated that they were so tuned in and really thinking, well, this will benefit a lot of folks. I don't live in that precinct, they would say, but I see the improvement that's going to take place. So I'm with you, Commissioner. Again, I know we've got some hard choices, but we put that BOEC together for a reason, for them to give us feedback.
Jose, you want to move
Thank you,
move us
Judge
forward?
Commissioners. There's one final slide here on the presentation before we'll ask to switch over to the project list that you'll have, that spreadsheet, that tally. But this is just a very high-level summary by category of what the BOAC has recommended for your consideration. And so under the COs, you can see there that there are 4 projects under modernizing existing facilities totaling just shy of 20 million, 10 stormwater projects at about 32 million, 1 regional and local park project at 9.2 million, 5 new county
Which
facilities.
park is that, Jose?
Excuse me,
The
sir?
9 million, which park is that?
It was
Babin's Veterans Park.
Babin's Veterans Park. It was moved under into the COs because of the amount to get to have the GO bond recommendation be below 300 million.
Yeah. Do you think that's something that, a project that's needed under the COs, Commissioner Holguin?
I think all of the parks actually should be under the GOs, so I'm not sure exactly why it was moved, but I do think that all of the parks are more quality of life and should be in the GOs.
But above the Juvenile Justice Center?
Well, the Juvenile Justice Center isn't in the GO. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that in the CO?
It's under the CO.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
But isn't there room for something else besides that park in the COs?
I'm sure that there are.
I mean, we have a lot of water and wastewater.
No,
Would you
there are a lot of other
Would you put the
projects.
park above the?
So I'm not the one that made this suggestion. I believe that all of the parks should be under the GO, because that's a quality of life issue.
In the COs or GOs?
In the GOs.
In the
parks.
GOs?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and the thing is that our committee, we trust them, like Commissioner Leon says. We trust them to, tell us these things. Ultimately, it's going to be our decision, but, there's some really hard decisions we need to make. But I trust that they've spent a lot of time doing this. Sure did. They sure did.
And Commissioner, if I may, that particular park was moved at the very end of the BOAC meeting, and it's when we were talking about there was still capacity. They were just trying to find something under the dollar amount that there was still capacity. And one of the members made a motion, and there was another member who supported it, to move it. And because it was under the amount, there wasn't a lot of going back and looking at what else would be under the amount, or, and it was at the very end of the meeting, correct me if I'm wrong, but that happened and it was moved. And so, and they did, the BOAC did understand the court may go back through and decide to move some of these back over under GO, or may choose to move something different out of GO to CO. But it was at the very end of the meeting. It was not, it wasn't an overly analyzed move, if I just could share that with you all.
And I was frankly surprised to see that happened, because I do believe that all the parks should be under the GO. But I think that that's an important point to make. The BOAC's job was to make recommendations, and ultimately this court is going to make the final decision. And obviously, we will take into account the recommendations, and we're all very, very grateful for the incredible amount of time that they spent. But ultimately, they are making recommendations, and the court, I expect, is going to make many changes to their recommendations, because there are things that we're going to take into account that perhaps they didn't.
Thank you. The other new county facilities, 76 million, 5 projects. That includes the Juvenile Justice Center, for example. This is a change from the list that the court previously saw. Previously, the first-time water and wastewater were listed under the GO. The committee moved those now under the CO at 32, just shy of 32 million, 4 different projects comprised of that. And then the technology and security enhancements, 17.1 million, 4 projects. And so total, you have 28 projects, and you can see the dollar amount there. Under the GO, it's really only 3 categories that we see. 1, modernizing existing facilities at 60 million. That is a partially funded project for the County Coliseum that includes a lot of the deferred maintenance. And also, the amount was set just to make the funding work, because the total request for the Coliseum, there were two projects, 55A and 55B. 55B was the deferred maintenance costs, the essential must-have to make sure that this building is not falling apart, and that was just shy of $30 million. The total cost to improve the campus, which included adding a second sheet of ice at the event center, revitalizing the existing facility, adding, revitalizing the Sherman Barn, the original Coliseum property right to the south of the existing Coliseum. That cost of activating that campus was approximately $106 million. But because the committee wanted to make room for the Coliseum project but not remove any additional projects, they capped that amount at $60 million to then direct staff to go back and figure out the additional $30 million that was recommended, what could that go to in terms of renovations perhaps to the existing facility, primarily being the focus. The second category then were regional and local parks. You can see 17 park projects spread out across the county, totaling $84 million, and then new county facilities totaling $147 million. And so these new county facilities include annexes that have to be on the go-bound. For example, the Isleta Annex West is a project that has to go onto the go-bond because the proposed tenant of that facility is actually the senior nutrition kitchen. As you all know, we have a facility that we currently lease from the city of El Paso, and we're looking to relocate that using the funds from the Congresswoman that we received through the CPF, and so Bond Council has identified that as a project that must go on the go bond and can't be issued through certificates of obligation. The East Montana Annex, the Animal Welfare Shelter, as well as the Corbin Zambrano Center, some of the other new county facilities that are proposed under the go bond. And so in total, you can see that the committee is recommending 51 total projects to be administered over the next 5 years. Later this morning, we will begin a discussion on some of the timelines associated with that. But it's roughly estimated that if the court approves this full amount as recommended by the BOAC, and the issuance amounts and the tranches and the dates all remain consistent with what's planned right now, that we will see a number of these projects under design and construction and open to the public primarily by 2031, 2032, as we start to round out the completion of these projects. And so we're having a discussion in 2024 about facilities that will come online in 2032. But we will see some advancements on some shovel-ready projects here soon, and that's the item that we want to discuss with the court in terms of timeline as well.
Jose, how much is allotted in that new facilities construction for precinct 6-2 out in Farm, East Montana, that they need a building that they don't have one like most of the others do? They don't, right?
Yes, sir. So that is Project 47, the Far East Montana Annex. We have that currently at $32.4 million, and that is up from the original estimate by about 18%. As you all know, when we presented the original estimate, we did indicate that the numbers may change because of the timelines, because the numbers we originally had assumed everything started at the same time, but because this $500 million is going to be spread out across a few years, the numbers will have shifted, and so that's one that is scheduled to occur later, but that is fully funded to house the JP, the inspectors. It'll have space for a constable, possibly sheriff's office, and that is related to the public improvement district that the court approved for the Tierra de Este development out there with Southwest Land Development. So it's a continuation of that investment that the court's made with the PID already.
So that's basically, that's an equity issue. They're basically, their court is on mobile. It's basically a mobile home,
Yes,
right?
it's in a double wide, and
A
they've
double
been in
wide
there
mobile
for
home.
years.
Yeah, for years.
Is that a colonia?
Montana Vista is, yes.
Yeah.
Where this is going to be put?
It's going to butt one. So this is going to be housed in land that is scheduled to be donated by the developer for the new development that will be happening. So it'll be catty-corner to Homestead Meadows South, which is a collection of about 50 colonias, but it'll be housed in new development. So it'll serve the new homes that are there. And then this is about a mile east of the city limit of El Paso, where you have some city homes. And so once this development is done, you will be able to drive from the city into the county without going through any desert. It'll just be a change in street color signs, and that'll be the only indication that you've left the city limit.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the only two precincts, JP precincts, that don't have their own facility or constructed is JP 6-2 in Far East Montana and Precinct 1. Is that correct?
Precinct 1 is located in, off of Executive.
We rent that.
We
We don't-
lease that space
Yeah.
with the
But
constable as well.
6-2, we own the property, we just have mobile homes on it.
Right.
I think that's an equity issue as well that we need to really consider, that, you know, we're going to ask the public to pay taxes in their own area, and they don't get the same service that other parts of the county do. I think that's another issue we really need to consider during this bond.
Yeah, my whole district has that issue.
So we can switch over to the project list now on the screen. This is the listing that we sent out to your offices last week. We updated it. We sent out a new list on Wednesday before the holiday, and then an updated list on Friday. This information is broken down under a few tables, and the first one that you can see here on the screen refers back to that first page that you have in your handout, and that is the recommended certificate of obligation list. And so here you have all of the projects that were reviewed by BOAC and are being recommended for funding. You can see here that we've also added the physical location of the improvement as well as the proposed service area. Because, for example, location of the improvements to the county courthouse, this is the central government for the county. And so that's a county-wide service, even though they're physically located in Precinct 2. The same would hold true for the proposed animal shelter being located in Precinct 1, but it would house the service area for all the strays and animals that are collected by the Animal Welfare Department countywide, right? So that would be all precincts in that instance. And so we've provided that analysis for you all as well. In terms of how you'd like to go over this list, we can go project by project. Public Works is here in case there's any project-specific questions on any of those, but I would urge the court to allow us to move forward with a discussion on these projects, with just some closing remarks, that the major change to the COs included, one, the movement of the first-time water and wastewater projects into the CO list. And then two, there were 3 projects that were removed by the committee. And they were the HVAC for the county courthouse, and that is only as a result of the county moving forward with the Schneider Electric Energy Audit Performance Agreement. And so as we continue to work through that with Schneider Electric, that project will come online sooner. We're targeting for that to come before the court for your review and consideration by mid-August, around the same time as this as well. And so that was a $9 million project that was removed. Also, the San Elizario Placita flood mitigation project that Public Works has proposed to help mitigate some of the damage that occurs to the historic properties that we own. We find that in working with the county attorney's office, elements of that project would likely be eligible for use through HOT funding, because it is historic preservation of those facilities. And so that's an alternative funding source for that project that will move forward. We'll need to continue closely working with the county attorney's office, because there are elements of the project that, while they may not be eligible, the project scope and overall design may be amended to fit cleanly within the eligibility outlined in statute for the use of those funds. And so that was a $3.3 million project that was removed. The committee also, to bring the amount under the 195, also removed the MDR fourth floor remodel. This included making space and renovating existing space on the 4th floor of the MDR building for additional departments that are facing space constraints, This is largely on the west side of the building where the IT department was originally housed. But since the downtown annex has opened and offices have shifted out, including the auditors moving into the new annex building downtown, a lot of that space that was left behind needs to be renovated, and it is also included having a conference room to support hybrid meetings, similar to the conference room space that the city of El Paso has on the 17th floor of the Blue Flame building. That was included in this project as well. And then the alternative project that the court had added to receive feedback during the public meetings was the Mission Ridge East Lake Area Annex, and that was not recommended to be carried forward for funding at this time either. And so that project listing then brings you to that $186 million direct project amount. And we're happy to answer any questions that the court may have on any specific project listed within that document.
So then we're not going to go through each individual project? We're just going to ask about specific projects?
We can go through each individual project if the court would like. So I'm walk through and then to Public Works. If there's any additional comments that y'all would like to make on those projects, just please do. And if the court has any projects specific questions, I think it'd be helpful if we took those as we move through the project list, project by project. So the first project is Project ID 3, modernizing existing facilities. There are a number of HVAC concerns that remain at the Youth Services Center located on Fonseca and Delta, right outside of JPD. And so that is a project that would be at $1.4 million. Project number 4, flood control, the Overland Stage Bridge project. That is a $3.1 million project you can see there. Project 14 was the regional and local parks projects for the Veterans Park in Fabens. And again, that project was moved in to make use of the additional capacity that remained under the CO and to try and bring the GO amount under $300 million. And so you have that $9.2 million project there. Project 35, modernizing existing facilities, renovating the east side. That's a typo. It should be the east side. I apologize. Of the 5th floor of the county courthouse. This is where the public defenders were previously located, but then when the county attorney's office shifted out, the public defenders moved into the the old county attorney space, and so the remaining side of the floor is to be redeveloped into perhaps an additional courtroom, because we have some courts that are located in the courthouse, in the ceremonial court, that, for example, could be moved into a more traditional courtroom to give us back the use on the day-to-day of the ceremonial courtroom.
So,
This has been a long-term request to the Council of Judges, not just for a courtroom, but also for some office space on that floor, because they're stacked on top of themselves. And so this has been a long-term request of the Council of Judges to be able to have some of that space on the 5th floor once we moved the public defender's office out, in that 5th floor area that we would construct partially a courtroom in part of the space, and then some office space in the other area.
So that's what I'm trying to understand, because in the booklet, it says for Project 35, the courthouse 5th floor renovation. So it says this fund would renovate the west suite of the 5th floor of the courthouse for the public defender to better accommodate their growing staff. But that doesn't sound like what you just mentioned.
No, so
because
it's
now
actually-
they've moved to the county attorney's space. So it would be now renovating the old public defender
space.
for perhaps an additional court. And do we know what court that would be?
So since, even before we moved probate court 1 to the ceremonial courtroom because they were out of space. The probate court was out of space.
Can you qualify that? What does out of space mean? I don't know what that
Their
means.
courtroom, so they were one of the courts that is, the way all of our floors are laid out in the courthouse. Most of the time, there's 2 courts on each, the east and the west end of the courthouse. They were one of the courts that was actually in the middle, and they only had a small portion of the middle part of the courthouse. Like where my office is, they only had a portion of that area for the courtroom. And they had some really large probate trials, and they were not able to use their courtroom. They were trying to find courtrooms to use, to borrow. And so at that time, they asked for more space. When there was a change in judges and a change in courts, we moved them to the ceremonial courtroom. We moved probate court 1 up there. But even prior to moving them, we always planned that when there was an eventual build out and a move out, that we would be able to get them back out of the ceremonial courtroom so that it could be always available for jury selection, large courts, large hearings, when we have a demand for a larger space, for a larger courtroom. So that was always the concept, that we would move them back down to a floor once that floor was vacated. And then also because the county attorney's office has more of that 5th floor than the public defender's, when the county attorney's office moved out and the public defender's office has grown over the years, we moved the public defender into the larger office space. They take up, the county attorney takes up, say, for example, 65% of that floor, and so it gave the public defender more space. Then behind it, that's where we would put the courtroom, and then the Council of Judges has requested some office space because they have outgrown their existing office space.
So the remodel is not for the public defender, it's really for probate court number 1 and the Council of Judges.
Correct.
So it would be the old space, so it's actually project 38. And the BOAC did have that additional that information, and we shared that with them. We just didn't update that in this Excel
And
file.
I do want to be clear, this would still involve communication and working through this with the Council of Judges, but that has always been the plan for the space.
And so then the ceremonial courtroom, I mean, what is the utilization even with probate court up there right now? Like, how often is it used every single day of the week?
I don't believe that they have to have a hearing. They have offices around the outside. I don't believe they have to have a hearing in the courtroom every day, Commissioner. I'd have to verify how often they're using it for hearings. But we still use the ceremonial courtroom, even though the probate court's in there. We used it, I mean, I can't speak to, the courts still use it for jury selection. We still use it for events. We had a graduation there in the last 2 weeks. We use it for like big public meetings, trainings, things of that nature, but we have to coordinate with the probate court for use of that space.
Commissioner, and even before we moved probate court number 1 there was a county court at law in there. It was Judge Speasney.
Yes.
And he had to work around the schedule when the courtroom was needed for jury selection. So he had to vacate out of the courtroom when they needed it for use. So it's not really a viable for one court to be there all the time because it is used for other purposes. And that's the only other large courtroom for jury selection that we have besides Commissioner's Court. You know, I mean, hopefully in the future, the new building that we, you know, maybe there's some way we can, you know, because of the pandemic, we've learned we've got additional space we're going to need, that we can't have the crowding that we used to have on Fridays and Mondays that we used to have. It's just, it was just not tenable. We even had people that couldn't park in the parking garage basically during jury days, jury trial days, because of how many people were in there. So we've got to think about the future, how we're going to coordinate, and I think not just having 2 large areas for jury selection, we might want to have 3. We're so behind in jury trials right now with people sitting in jail through the pandemic that.
And a lot of that's due to the fact that we don't have time to have the jury selections, or that's something else?
Well, it's just that we have limited courtrooms to do that, and the other thing is we can't all do them on the same day. A lot of these require large juries, and it's only either Commissioner's Court or the ceremonial court where we can handle these large juries. I'm talking of like the aggravated assault, the murders of case, all those kind of cases where people are sitting in jail waiting on trials, and we can't handle them all at the same time. So that's just become an issue, and some of the courts even have to, they'll summon 100 jurors or 150 jurors, whatever they can fit in their courtroom, and they'll schedule another 100 jurors for another day just to finish the jury selection.
And how often, like per week, how many of those large trials are we
Now,
talking
right
about?
now, I don't know, but they're trying to start moving quicker on the trials because we have so many people sitting in jail waiting on these serious cases.
We are
And-
seeing, one way I gauge too, and we can pull, Joel, we can pull some data on the number of jury trials that are happening. We are seeing, so we did see a significant decline during the pandemic of jury trials. And I do believe we were slower to get ramped back up to jury trials. But we are seeing a significant increase in the cost of sending juror summons because we're sending more juror summons, and I'm seeing that in our postage budget. So when I look at the impact of postage for juror summons for this coming fiscal year, there's a significant increase because of the significant increase in demand for jury trials back up. So we can get some exact numbers on how much we're seeing for jury trials, but I do know there's a major increase in calls for jurors.
I'd be interested in seeing those numbers.
Yes, ma'am, we can get that.
Yeah, because I'd like to understand, what the utilization rate would be of the 12th floor courtroom, the ceremonial courtroom. And, when it comes to a lot of the, these projects that have to do with remodeling different floors or spaces here in the courthouse, I want to make sure that we're, that we're optimizing those spaces and I mean, especially as I think a lot of us are, at least myself and I've heard other members of the court talking about trying to reduce our carbon footprint, trying to, do more flex scheduling, because that will not only save us money when it comes to energy efficiency and such, but also do we actually have these, I mean, are these space needs really space needs? I still don't have, I think, the deepest understanding or the best understanding when it comes to, all of the needs. And I mean, we just got a letter, as Commissioner Holguin mentioned, from the incoming the district attorney, Mr. Montoya, saying, well, there's the second floor remodel is something that we don't need, and it's $10 million. And so, that kind of, brought up the questions in my head a little more, made it more poignant to try to make sure that we're not going to be spending 20, 30, 40 million dollars in renovating spaces here and then, not needing them actually.
And that's why it concerns me, the discrepancy from what we were told in the book, on the project we were just talking about, 35. Because in the book, according to the book, it was remodeling that floor for the public defender, but that's not what we're...
Commissioner, there were two projects in the book.
Okay.
There was the west side and the
The
east
east
side.
side.
And when I originally saw the west side on the list, I pointed out to Jose, that's not the correct side. The west side, we're moving the public defender into the space. Facilities did some minor, like, painting, not that it was minor, but they did some cleanup of the office space before public defender moved in, but it was as is. Like, we're not remodeling from one law office to move into another existing law office.
Yeah, and I understand that now, but what's in the book, and I'm looking at both books, and as
Both-
far as I know...
Both
it's only been
projects were in the
two
book.
Books, right?
Both the east and the west were on the list.
We did clarify that with the bond advisory committee. It was just our oversight in putting this presentation together today to include 35. Did confirm with Public Works right now that the project amount is, might actually be slightly lower than Project 35 to renovate the fifth floor. But that number was last developed in April, and so we just want to make sure that we have the up-to-date figure. But we did clarify with the committee that the intent was not to renovate the existing public defender space, but rather the space that that office had vacated to meet some of those space needs that have been requested by the Council of Judges.
One was Project 35 and one was Project 38.
Right. The 38 referred to the east renovation.
Okay, I was looking at 35, and I
Right.
couldn't find a 35A and a,
No, and so 35 was incorrectly listed in the backup, but 38 is the project that
So
might
it's
have-
actually 38 then.
38, yes, ma'am.
And just want to make a correction in my statement. I said the incoming DA, he still has a general election to get through, so no disrespect to Mr. Hicks. I'm sorry.
Moving on through the next two projects, 44 and 45, new county facilities, revisions to and expansions of existing annexes. The East Side Annex at $7 million, the East Leda Annex at $12.5 million. These two improvements were made, and the committee had a discussion about the annexes that were listed under the CO, specifically including the Mission Ridge Annex, and the discussion was to make enhancements to expand the East Side Annex and the Mission Ridge Annex, the Sled Annex and the East Side Annex to serve the Mission Ridge area in lieu of that, given the larger dollar amount associated with the Mission Ridge Annex. And so some discussion points that the committee mentioned was the proximity of the Sled Annex to the Mission Ridge area. They did ask questions about the location of the Mission Ridge area. We told them that it was yet to be determined, but we potentially had a landowner through the developer, but we'd have to work through those considerations with them. But they made these two, they recommended these two projects to move forward in the process and not the Mission Ridge Annex, just because of, again, proximity in the minds of the committee for that project, or to that other annex project.
So for the East Side Annex, it would be actually building a new building on the
Property
footprint?
that we currently own. And so that property would make room for the constables and the tax office.
And the tax office really is where we have continuously received so many complaints because of the area has just exploded there and so many people visit that annex. And so that it is much needed.
And I believe the only reason it qualifies under the CO is if the constable is in that building.
Right. There needs to be a public safety or courthouse function, and so constable being in there, I believe even the tax office would qualify because some of the investigators that are associated with the tax office are licensed peace officers, and so that would hold true to the Sleda Annex building as well, the east. So this is another example of a west and an east project. So the west project is located under your GEO recommendation. That is the senior nutrition kitchen. And then the east project would be some of the uses that we've described, either public safety or courthouse.
But would there be space for the sheriff in either of these two annexes with these additional buildings? Because that was the whole purpose of the Mission Ridge
Yes,
East
ma'am.
Lake
Melina,
substation.
have in terms of programming for the Eastland Annex East or East Side Annex building, is there room for law enforcement like the sheriff's office in either?
So in terms of both facilities already at some point had sheriff's presence, and at that time, they had chosen not to continue to stay there. They were small offices, if you recall, but I think with adding this additional space and flexing some people around, the opportunity's there to bring them back if necessary.
Okay, because that was the whole point of the East Lake Mission Ridge. That would have actually been a substation, not an annex necessarily, but a substation for the sheriffs, because right now they only have the substation on Montana and the substation in Clint, and really nothing in that middle area, which is where we're seeing all of the growth and development. So in these new buildings, I can see if there is going to be space for a substation for the sheriffs, because that was the rationale for the East Lake Mission Ridge suggestion.
So Commissioner, then if you'd like to make sure that for 44 and 45, on the programming side, once we start getting into that, if those projects move forward, to ensure that the Sheriff's Office is offered to have a footprint in both facilities.
Well, if these two are meant to replace the East Lake Mission Ridge substation, then I think they have to.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the distance between either of these and the big annex, the Far East Montana annex?
25 minutes in traffic, or no traffic? Let me see. So the East Side Annex is located on the corner of George Dieter and Mountwood.
Right.
That is Target. As the crow flies out to about 7 miles as the crow flies. So you're looking probably at 8.5 through roadways if you continue up George Dieter to Mountwood. And so that's between the George Dieter and Mountwood.
The Far East?
I mean, the east and the Far East. And then if we clear that and go instead to the Isleta Annex, that one is approximately 6.5 miles as a crow flies. That would be a longer stretch of road, though, but approximately 6.5 miles.
Thank you.
Project 48, there are 4 different communities that are proposed to receive the first-time water and wastewater. Hillcrest Estates is the area that is proposed to receive the first-time water. The others are first-time wastewater. So you can see there that those projects collectively total approximately.
The screen changed, Jose. Can you go back?
Approximately 30, almost 32 million. And so that's just a continuation of those are the next projects that were recommended by planning in terms of readiness and proximity to areas served. And again, those were originally in the GO, but have now since moved over into the CO.
And in the past few years, we've had really good luck at obtaining grants for first-time water and wastewater projects. I know that all of the projects, since I've been on the Commissioners Court, we've been able to fund with outside dollars, whether it was ARPA or the congressional appropriations, our partnerships with Dig Deep. I think our staff has been very, very good about finding that funding for these types of projects. Do we not think that we'd be able to continue to apply for grants? I mean, we've been very successful at it.
And so these projects actually already have a grant for the design work underway. And so that actually lowered the cost from some of the original estimates that M&K, I believe, had put together. But in speaking with the planning department, these were a priority from the committee, just given the fact that it was a soon-to-be shovel-ready project. I believe in discussing with Ms. Carrillo, our grants team is reviewing the list of these projects to determine if we do have opportunities for grants, or maybe more likely, especially when it comes to wastewater loans, to be able to do that. If we can execute low-interest loans, we're still going to need to have some capacity for debt, but we may see some savings on that capacity. So I think this is I think including them in the list allows us to have the flexibility that we may need, especially since the majority of the cost is likely going to be for sewer and not for water, to maybe have some below market rate loans executed either through partners like the USDA, EPA, NetBank. I mean, it really just depends. But our grants team is working on reviewing all of these projects to see which ones would be good candidates under any of the funding programs that are available either at the federal or state level.
And so what happens if they're included in the CO and then it turns out we do get other funding for them?
So when we've done Texas Water Development Board loans, for example, and we have those zero interest loans that we have to take out, the court does actually have to take out certificates of obligation to do that. So the terms would change, and maybe the amounts change, and the total cost changes. So that would really be, I think, the big change. So what's important about your COs for the court to recall is that we will not, you may adopt a plan that has the project listing today, but the court won't take action to issue the COs until the first tranche of COs until about December, January of next year. And so if in those next 6 months, we're able to identify a funding opportunity, we may just not include those because we're working on that zero interest loan agreement or that low interest loan agreement. So we'd have, I think, options to carry those forward through that list.
But I guess that's my question. So let's assume that they get into the CO to be funded with the CO proceeds, but then the cost is reduced because we do get these zero interest loans that we're still going to try for. So let's say there's a savings, I don't know, 10 million out of the 31 million. So then what happens with those 10 million that are now available?
So your bond order, you have to very clearly define in your bond order what you're going to use it for.
Yes.
You can leave yourself some flexibility, such as you could say water and wastewater projects. And then, you could say these projects and water, wastewater projects. So if you had another project, you could commit it to that, or you would be able to basically unfund, refund that amount.
Okay.
Pay that
So it doesn't
amount of the
necessarily
debt.
have to be these four if we find other funding.
As long as you write
It's
your
another
bond
water and
order,
wastewater.
your certificate of obligation bond order and how we write it is very important. You do have to be clear and but you can say water and wastewater projects, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, but like these projects and water and wastewater projects, or something like that. You have to leave yourself some flexibility.
Or we could return the money and bring the debt down.
Yes.
Do we have other water and wastewater needs besides these?
Oh, a lot. A lot. Our
I
water and
don't see why we
wastewater,
would
have a
return
lot.
the money and just get more done.
And, yes, and so those specifics in how you write and structure your certificate of obligation bond order, I think we've learned this in the past. You do need to leave yourself flexibility also, because sometimes you get into a project and you find out, there's a line that's needed to connect over to this system, and so you leave yourself some flexibility in that description. You say these projects and other water and
Right.
wastewater related work.
So for example, like the projects that we propose for the downtown area, we could say renovations and improvements to county buildings in the downtown area. And that would authorize us to spend money on the county courthouse, the downtown annex, the Border Tobacco Building, or the MDR building. And so just using the example of Project 92 that the court was discussing earlier, the second floor remodel for the district attorney's office. In the event there's a change in leadership in that office and the new DA says, I don't want this project, I don't think it's necessary, the money that's been set aside for that can go to other downtown improvements, which might include the fourth floor remodel for the MDR building, so long as the bond order language gives us that flexibility, right? And so that's, the same would hold true for the water and wastewater improvements, because the orders for the COs are typically packaged together as one order. They're not standalone issuances, so we have one big order that says the county is going to use these proceeds to do all of that, and then we do have the flexibility to appropriate funds and move funds between projects that are eligible uses under that.
Yeah. Now, there are many, many, many water and wastewater projects. Most of them are in my precinct. This is something that we're going to be working on as a court for a very long time. We're chipping away, and I think our staff, and again, I can never thank Munzer enough for all of the tremendous amount of work that he does in this area. So we're chipping away, and we've been chipping away at it. But it's something that we are going to be working on as a court.
Oh, I know, and so that doesn't make sense that if we are able to find other funds for some of those projects, that we'd not pay the money back, refund it, we just take on other projects, because there's a great need for that. Fernie, how much, tell me somebody, how much, besides what's in this proposal from the BOAC, how much other in millions do we need in water and wastewater in the county?
So, Commissioner, if you will allow us, so
Yeah.
I recently had asked Norma, we received a presentation years ago on all the unserved water and wastewater needs, And we did start chipping away on it, and I've asked Norma, and they're putting a presentation together for next week's special meeting.
Okay.
To come show the progress we've made and what still remains. And so, it's more detailed, you know, like, here's what we've worked on. You all also invested $34 million recently from your ARPA, over $34 million now, for water and wastewater projects. We've been getting these grants and loans for a period of time to try to chip away at those underserved areas. So, Manzar, I don't know if you want to give a quick answer, but we are working for a special presentation on this. And I say a quick answer, I don't want to stymie the conversation you all are having, but I do know we would like to be able to describe all the projects that are in, and then see which ones specifically the court wants to dive into, come back and dive into, Judge. I think that's what you were asking.
Yeah, I got just some feedback. It's a little overwhelming in my office, that, you know, just a lot of information. So one of the things I was suggesting is that we do want everyone to get a description of the project, but I think they're having a difficult time of each one at a time, a little overwhelming. So I was asking Jose, is there any, one of the things I was suggesting is we go through, describe every one of them, and then have myself and the commissioners sort of pinpoint those that we want to come back to, for the flow, and also it's really hard for the audience. The visual component it's just a little overwhelming, is what I'm understanding.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Does that make sense, that we just go through, describe
agreeable.
every one of them? You note whatever you feel is important, and we come back so that it won't be, we can see the full picture without stopping at each one of them and having discussion, but that's the feedback I'm getting, so.
Okay. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
thank you, Judge. Moving on then, projects 50 and 51 are related. This is effectively the rewiring of the internet backbone in the two downtown facilities, the jail and the county courthouse, just as we continue to rely more on the internet for everything from our telephony to communication through Teams and email. Both facilities are due for an upgrade on that. You can then see Project 52, the third of 4 projects for technology and security, upgrading the surveillance system at the jail annex. This is just an important component at a jail to make sure that its security system is up and running. You see 2 new county facilities. This might be more considered a modernizing of existing facilities, because these are 2 properties that the county currently owns. The Escarate Annex, or the Manny Martinez Annex, is the building where the tax office is located. The court had previously authorized funding to do some redesign and relocation of offices to support parks and the tax office and the ag extension. But in working through that, the initial amount was not enough to meet the needs of the department, and so this project has come back to its full amount, which is now just shy of $4 million. Project 65 is the Leonardo DiCaprio building that the county just purchased, $16 million. And so this would be renovating that border tobacco building south of the public garage to meet some of the space needs that we have. There's been some departments that have been preliminarily identified, but again, no decisions on final departments have been made. But public-facing departments such as elections and purchasing are some departments that might be a good fit for that facility, but we'll need to continue to work through the design to get that up and running. Project 66 through 83 there on your list are all the construction phase of various flood control projects that Infrastructure Services have had underway. Mr. Hernandez has been working diligently on using previous debt issuances to complete the design of these projects. We're coming at a unique time because previously we were working on these 3-year tax note issuances. As I mentioned earlier, the court issued a tax note in the summer of 2022. And so now the design is done, and so now the construction of that phase would happen. And so that is lumped into this larger issuance. It was recommended by Stiefel as our financial advisor that we not separate this out into a different issuance, but rather we achieve some economy of scale by lumping them into the CO package that the county is considering. And so all of these projects stem across precincts 1, 4, and 3, and again, have been under design for the past 2 years and are now ready for shovel-ready construction. I will say, I believe it was the De Alva crossing, or perhaps the O'Leary crossing, that ranked particularly high in the public meetings. And I believe the reason was largely due to the photo that was used to show the damage that occurs when some of these projects, when we receive heavy rainfall, the damage to the roadway. It's not just it's not just the fact that this might actually help reduce some maintenance and operation costs because we don't have to go out and repair the roadway or respond to those low water crossings, but it's also the preservation of life that can occur, especially in a freak rain event. The road washing out might be a major point of egress and ingress for the community, and so these crossings will help mitigate a lot of the risks that exist to residents in those areas and those communities. Projects 87, 91, and 92 are all improvements to the county courthouse. You can see here the third floor. Again, some of that planning, keeping in mind that if departments like elections are moved out to a more public-facing facility like the Border Tobacco Building, renovating the space behind them to make room for some of the growing needs that we've identified would become a priority. You see that second floor remodel from the District Attorney's Office. The Phase 1 courthouse security, there are a number of improvements that have been discussed between the Council of Judges and County Administration and County Budget to ensure that the facility itself is as secure for elected, appointed officials as well as the staff that work there. We live in trying times, most certainly, and I think we've seen some of been lucky to not have any major incidents. But some of these improvements, because they're sensitive, we won't necessarily discuss, we wouldn't recommend discussing in open session, but know that there are a number of physical improvements in addition to some of the work that's already been authorized to control access to points that are sensitive and work areas of our county staff that need to be done in terms of building of walls and guards where there were none previously. And so that work is estimated to be just shy of $10 million. Project 57A was one of two alternatives. 57B was a complete demo and reconstruction of the Juvenile Justice Center. The recommended option is 57A, which is an addition to the existing campus to meet some of the growing needs of our juvenile probation department. You can see that project is at $37 million. And then lastly, another flood control project for Waco Mountain Crossing. This would be, I believe, the design phase, Freddie, is that correct? Or is that the construction? Okay, so the Waco Mountain Crossing is already, again, a project that has been designed and will now proceed to construction out in Precinct 1 in the Waco Mountain area. You'll notice that there's a number of projects in Precinct 1 in the East Montana area. I will point out that the county stormwater master plan that was originally adopted by the court in the 2010s did not include the East Montana area, and so in 2018, Public Works worked on updating the stormwater master plan to include that new East Montana study area because there were a number of projects and low water crossings and needs that were not previously identified in the county's stormwater master plan. And so similar to water and wastewater, we continue to make some incremental progress on providing those improvements with regard to flood control projects. And so when you look at the recommended amount, that's that $186 million in direct project cost. The difference between the original estimate and the recommended amount is $24.4 million. Again, that's largely a result of 15% increase. That's a result of the scheduling. As we get feedback from the court today, hopefully, on which projects you all would like to see move or prioritize sooner rather than other, those numbers may change, right? And so this is why it's important to note that this is not a final decision point for the court. The feedback that you give us will give us more information so that we can structure the project listing and the amount under the issuance type that the court would like to see so that we can give you the best good faith estimate about what that project cost will be. Another item to consider as it relates to that is also the updated cost for 38, which again is the modernizing existing facilities, the public defender discussion that we had. 35 will be replaced with project 38, and so that will also come into effect here. So we will be working closely with Public Works and M&K to update this list once we have some final or some preliminary direction from the court, but we'll certainly make sure that we have a final amount as the court considers final adoption of the documents sometime in August. And that concludes the listing of all the certificate of obligation projects. Judge, would you like us to go into the GO or have a discussion on the CO projects?
What I heard was that people want to see like the full picture.
Okay.
and
Actually,
then we could
Judge-
Zero in on the items, because it's like, they're not getting the sense of everything, because it's being fragmented so much. So what I thought, if the court is okay, show the big picture, then each one of you, come back and say which are the ones that you want to focus on, but it's up to the court.
And that's fine, but I think we should split it up by the CO and the GO. Like, I don't
Okay.
think we're ready to move on to the GO. I know I still have a lot of questions on projects on the CO that I didn't ask because you wanted to go through the list first, so we've done that now.
Okay.
So can we now ask questions about the specific
Yeah.
CO projects?
What are your?
I mean, I don't have a problem with like just going through the GO list and then separating out the conversation between CO and GO, just so that the public knows the whole picture of everything that's going to be on, and then we can separate out the conversation. That's fine.
Commissioner?
I'm in agreement.
Yeah.
And so we'll proceed then with the GO list, which is the next page in that PDF. These are the projects that are being recommended for the general obligation bond. Again, when you, there are 23 projects. A majority of these are 17 of them are regional and local parks. $84 million of the recommended amount is for regional and local parks. You have one modernizing existing facility project at $60 million, and then 5 new county facilities totaling $147 million. So beginning with the regional and local parks, project number 9, the Escalante Park Festival Area Outdoor Stage. This is creating a venue space for music festivals and other large-scale festivals that could potentially use Escalante Park as a place. The festivals and events that have occurred there previously, in some instances, have had to provide for their own utility services like electricity, because the infrastructure is simply not there to accommodate their needs, because as you can imagine, those events are highly complex in the machinery and the equipment and that they use. And so this would be activating that area. This is going to largely be located near the old Western Playland area. I believe Parks has indicated that there may be some relocation of baseball diamonds, but the number of diamonds would not be affected at the park. So the park would continue to have the same number of facilities. There may just be some adjustments in layout on where those are located.
That outdoor stage would be the amphitheater?
No, the amphitheater was removed by the BOAC because of the discussion that the city had on activating the amphitheater at Cohen Stadium. Project number 10, park shelter modernization. We were confirming the details on this, but it's my understanding that while it's labeled county park shelters, there's 80 shelters that I think are estimated to be upgraded to consistent standards to provide for the same shade and amenities at Escalante Park. And Melina, is that correct? Is it limited only to Escalante Park? Yeah, okay, great, thank you. The third one at the park is the pavilion parking expansion. As you all know, the pavilion is it's a pretty great asset there at the park, and so this would be making some improvements to that so that we can accommodate larger events, especially if we start thinking about programming and having multiple events running concurrently, we need to ensure that we have the area within the facility to be able to do that. I think what's also important to note is that a lot of these, is that the parking expansion will also be cognizant of the fact that this is located at a park, and so believe the design will include amenities to, that are more cognizant of a parking area at a park and not just be a asphalt surface lot. In the Parks Master Plan project that was completed recently, one of the highest rated elements were trails. People really enjoy walking trails, and so you can see there, Project 12 is a walking trail that serves that goes around the perimeter of Escalante Park, tying in possibly to the Playa Drain Trail that connects there at the trailhead, begins there at the park as well. Project 13, overhead electric, is a relocation of the overhead electric lines throughout the facility. This really serves two purposes. One is the aesthetic. Overhead electric lines really can take away from some of the scenic views that the park offers of the mountains and the sunsets in the area, but also in terms of logistics, when we're thinking about having the flexibility of moving in large scale venues and events. The overhead electric can be a hindrance to that, or just create some unnecessary complications. So it's just an ongoing best practices to have underground electricity. When you think about great parks like Central Park in New York, you think about the picturesque views of the buildings and everything, imagine that view being interrupted by a series of power lines and power poles. So that will help make that a reality. Project 15, County Parks Hike and Bike Trails. This is shared between precincts 3 and 4. This is the addition of park trails to Westway Park and Sparks Park, and located in precincts 4 and 3 respectively. And so again, the Parks Master Plan identified trails as one of the #1 improvements throughout the community, and so Project 15 makes those improvements to 2 of the county parks. Project 16 is the construction of a trail from Gallegos Park to the River Park Trail. So again, the more that we can create connectivity between these trail systems, the more likely they are to be used. And this is, again, one of the #1 requested amenity that we heard from the public during the Parks Master Plan development, and that project is at $3.7 million. Another trail is the connection of the Sparks Park in Precinct 3 to Mission Ridge Elementary Walking Trail. There's an existing set of subdivisions that have a trailhead, and the Sparks Park is a colonia located immediately south of Mission Ridge Elementary. It's an area that doesn't have an extensive sidewalk network, and so by creating the walking trail, the idea is there to provide a safe route to school, but also a public amenity that can be utilized by the community and again connects to the county's existing parks, including not just the one located in Sparks, but the Horizon Hills Park. That was one of the first county parks that came online under county maintenance to serve that community. Projects 19, 20, 21, and 22, and 23, and 24 are all various improvements to the county parks. Coyote Park is in Tornillo, Gallegos Park is in the Upper Valley, northwest part of the county, Sparks is in Sparks, Reisinger is located in Fabens, Ruben Estrella is located in Montana Vista, Agua Dulce is located in the Agua Dulce Colonia near the county's self-help neighborhood center. And so the improvements vary, and I would actually tag in the Parks Department to give you an idea of what some of the improvements that are proposed in each of those parks is.
Good morning, Commissioners. Let me go ahead and start with, I think the one you left off was on
Coyote Park.
Coyote Park.
Yes, ma'am.
So with Coyote Park, it is currently being maintained by the school district. And at one point, we helped them do some of the enhancements. So this project is to expand those enhancements. So it would be to construct the baseball field, expand their parking lot, add a shade structure to their basketball court, reconstruct their skate park to concrete structures, resurfacing of their playground. That That would be the enhancements for Coyote. For Gallegos Park, let's see, we have the Recreation Center, a walking path, additional shade, which include trees and a shade structure for their basketball court, some signage, benches, repaving of the roads, and reconstruction of the baseball field and lighting. For Sparks, we have the reconfiguration of the park. This would include relocating the Sparks the Head Start Learning Center to a different part of the park. This would allow for the park to have a more accessible layout for the users. It would also include the reconstruction of the skate park, shade over the basketball court, some lighting, new picnic shelters, and the swing sets. For Risinger Park, it's the modernization of their picnic shelters, additional trash receptacles, and a drinking fountain. For Estrella Park, we have new shades, new trees to add shade, a splash park. It's more, let me correct that. It's a splash pad, not a splash park. Surfacing under their existing swing set, shade structures, the potential of reducing the park space, the parking lot space to expand the green space, add more trees. There is also a basketball shade structure on that and expand their hike and bike trail.
Lydia, on that one, did we also include the bathrooms?
There are no restrooms proposed for this, on this project.
Yeah, that was one of my main drives there for that park. That anytime we have an event, that's the biggest complaint we get.
So for San Felipe Park, since, did I skip one? I skipped Agua Dulce. The next one would be Agua Dulce Park. The proposed enhancements for that would be to pave the existing parking lot, add additional ADA parking, expand their current sidewalk to be a 10-foot hike and bike trail, and enhance and replace their picnic shelter areas. We would also add some lighting. They currently have solar lighting, which is can be dim at some times. The next project is San Felipe Park. We currently have the grant that we've been working on, but that grant doesn't cover the entire construction for all of the master plan. So the enhancements that we are proposing here are adding additional trails in pretty much everything that our current grant doesn't cover. It's adding additional fencing. I believe it has the recreational area and the learning center. And Tim just mentioned, we're also increasing the number of trails. And like I said, it would include all of the portions that are not included in, that we can't fund with our current grant, which is the kids' trails, and then there's a reunion area. I think there's the additional shelters, like I mentioned previously, is the perimeter fencing, and then, right, cleanup. Oh, signage, and signage is the other.
Lydia, really quick before you move on, I want to go back and address that issue with Ruben Estrella Park improvements. Originally, there was a project that included a rec center, which I believe would have provided bathrooms, but that project did not get recommended. And so that left the bathroom concern, Commissioner Leon. We would need to evaluate how we could address that separately.
Okay, thank you.
But I think most of our parks don't have restrooms, and the reason that I've been given for that, because I've asked about that as well, is that it's a safety issue. So if you have these neighborhood parks that don't have, and I don't know if Tim can address this, but this is the reason that I was told that we don't have restrooms at these smaller neighborhood parks, is because we don't have county staff there, and so it becomes a safety issue for like children who are in these restrooms unattended. That's the reason that I was given, because I did used to ask about restrooms at our parks, but I was basically told that it's not a good idea, it's not recommended. Unless, of course, there's a rec center, because then obviously you are going to have staff there. But when you don't have that, that it is a safety issue for
Yeah,
children.
and I can appreciate that, but I know that the last time I went to a movie there at Estrella Park, all the people were asking, for some reason, we forgot about the temporary restrooms. And they were all in a panic. Where do we go?
Absolutely. When we have the parks, we do need to plan for some type of restroom facilities when we have the movies.
You know what, we can solve those safety issues, can't we?
Commissioner, I wanted to
I mean,
address that. I mean, there's examples of time locks on restrooms.
Yeah.
Restrooms that are opened by the staff early in the morning on their routes and then closed in the evenings. You know, if it's the desire of the commissioners for restrooms, I think it's, you know, for us to find solutions to those safety concerns.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're much needed out in the parks. If we're going to have that, I'm with you, Commissioner Leon, that we really need to, and there, I mean, we've got some great personnel on our staff that can figure out these things that can help us with the safety issues. I think, you know, they automatic lock certain time after, you know, they're done. We need to maybe work on more lighting, for sure, in those areas. But I think we can solve those issues.
I will continue with Westway Park, if the court is ready. Okay. So Westway Park includes a new pavilion, shade for the basketball court, hike and bike trail, and additional sidewalk. The sports park is just the replacement of the existing lighting field to LED lighting. And I think that ends all of the parks improvements.
Thank you, Ms. Arias. And so a lot of the improvements to these proposed parks, beginning, you know, from after the investment at the Escalante Regional Park, are focused on neighborhood parks and existing communities. A lot of them being the underserved colonias that have made do with areas, but, you know, in the time that I've been at the county, I've seen Agua Dulce and Ruben Estrella and Westway Park is actually a project that Ms. Arias and I worked on back in 2013, 2014 to take undeveloped pieces of land that were just dirt and turn them into these active neighborhood centers. And so this is, that was very foundational. I think these are just continued improvements on that. And so as you all have heard, parks are one of the areas that are very widely supported from the public. Also, first-time water and sewer being the only category that topped out over parks. And so there's a lot of community support to see investment in these quality of life projects for parks. Transitioning into the next category, New County Facilities, Project 30. You have the project that's single-handedly ranked as the highest project throughout this entire process, and that's the East Montana Animal Shelter to support the county's burgeoning animal welfare department. You can see there it would be located near the jail annex on Montana to continue the cooperation and of services with the sheriff's office and the use of inmates for rehabilitational programs. $33.5 million for that new facility. Corbin Zambrano
I'm
Center.
sorry, was that ever considered for the CO? To me, it seems like that's a public safety and public health issue. Was that not, did that not qualify for inclusion in the CO instead of in the GO?
Let me review back to determine if it's eligible. I believe there may have been some question about whether or not it was eligible because it's a new facility, but I'll have to go back and look.
Thank you.
The next project, 31, Corbin Zambrano, $29.2 million. This is a continuation of the rehabilitation and redevelopment of the former Naked Harem site on Alameda in the Corbin Zambrano neighborhood. The county's begun investment in this property. You've dedicated American Rescue Plan Act funding to that. There's also been funding from the opioid settlement that's been put onto this project. And so this is just taking that project, that final step into construction, to repurpose the 3 parcels that collectively make up that site that will help serve the community within the limits that are set forth for the use of that property under Title 59. Project 33 is the Slena Annex Building C West. Again, as we mentioned in the previous listing under the CO, the west component is the senior nutrition kitchen. And so this uses the existing funding that's been made available from the Congresswoman's office through the Community Project Funding Award and adds onto it so that we can ensure that we can construct the facility that we need. And this is needs to be updated actually because the senior nutrition program is housed in that facility, and that's a county-wide service. And so right now it's incorrectly listed for the service area as 3, but because the senior nutrition kitchen is there, all of the meals will be prepared there and distributed across the county. And so that would actually be a county-wide facility. So you see that at $3.7 million. Project 47 is the Far East Montana Annex, $32.4 million. Again, this is to establish a sheriff's office, move the constables, provide the constable space, move the justice of the peace and the county staff and inspectors that are located in East Montana into that area, and serve that growing part of the community. And then I want to thank Ms. Aranda at the county attorney's office. She did confirm that the animal shelter is eligible under the CO, but remained under the GO. And I believe a lot of the conversation surrounding that project was because of previously, because it being such a popular concept that, again, there's a bit of strategy here is because it's popular, would it likely be supported by voters to go out on the GO listing instead of the CO listing? So I think, and the committee had a similar conversation about water, because first-time water and sewer is so widely supported by the community. Does that widely support translate into the court having authority to issue certificates of obligation to do it without seeking voter approval, or should it be listed on the GO because it is so popular? And the committee structured the recommendation. I think they took a approach of putting the more popular things on the GO, but they most recently moved the water and sewer projects under the CO. Project 75 is the East Side 75-acre site-specific infrastructure construction. This is for the 75 acres that the county owns off of Joe Battle and Pelicano. Public Works has been working on developing the master plan and the subdivide and pursuing the subdivision of the property so that we can locate the county medical examiner facility. And in fact, we've become a developer because we own a piece of land, we want to subdivide it, and as a result of this property being located within the city of El Paso, we're subject to the rules and requirements under Title 19 and 20 of the Municipal Code, which is zoning and subdivision. So we have to act as a developer and put the necessary infrastructure in place, just like any other landowner would. And so that means water, sewer, storm sewer, and all other utilities. And so that $48.6 million is actually to construct the roadways, partially some of the roadways, to serve that facility and all the utilities that would serve the Office of the Medical Examiner. As we've discussed with the court, that site may be used in the future to support an East Side healthcare campus. There's no tentative, definitive plans at this point in time, but commercial property that's located along the frontage could be leased or sold to generate revenue in the future, as well as potentially partnering with the hospital district on any of their future needs to fit into any of that 75 acres. And so that has all been considered as part of the plan. And at this point, for the medical examiner facility to move forward, we do require that funding to actually move the infrastructure in place so that we can construct the medical examiner facility and complete that project successfully. And then the last project is 55A, the modernizing of existing facilities. And again, you can see here that this is a revised amount from the Coliseum Master Plan. Under the original estimate, you can see here, it was just shy of 105 million. In order to make the math make sense, the committee reduced that to 60 million. That does include 29 million of deferred maintenance costs that are required for the facility. And again, the additional funding that goes up to 60 million, we received direction, we request direction to identify what that could look like, which elements of the project could be funding with those additional funds, which would still be left pending. But it does allow us to make some investment in the facility to make sure that its most immediate needs are met and also some major renovations are met as well. And so collectively, that brings us to that $291.5 million in direct project cost under the GO. And then to Ms. Keller's point earlier, as we were discussing this item with BOAC, the reason why the Fabens Park improvement was moved out of the GO was to bring that recommended amount under 300 million because there was room on the CO side of about 17 million. And so they recognized they had an opportunity to move one project out of the GO into the CO to have that $291 figure available. The idea being that that is a more palatable figure for the public to consider versus anything over 300 million, right? And so they're trying to reduce the GO amount as much as they could because there was still some remaining capacity under the certificate of obligation. And parks are identified as an eligible use under the certificate of obligation statute as essential public infrastructure. So that completes both the CO and the GO project listing.
Jose, before we get out of this, were the elevators listed, I may have missed it when I stepped out, were they listed in improvements anywhere?
No, sir. There are no elevator improvements that are proposed at this time. I believe we're handling most of those issues through the existing debt that we have under the tax notes and certificates of obligation.
Okay, thank you.
Judge Commissioners, we do have we have ordered lunch because of we know this is going to be a longer workshop. If you all would like, we could break a little earlier for lunch ahead of 12 and then come back and immediately dive into any questions you all had on the projects, give you a chance to regroup and review the projects with your offices as well.
I think that'll be good, sort of process this a little bit, and then we'll come back to it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Judge, we recess for an hour. Be back at 12:35.
Okay. Commissioners Court will recess for 1 hour through 11:36 a.m.
stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Visit the Mission Trail for many reasons, a wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone. Oh! It has history, it has culture, you can learn, you can relax, and you can connect. It just kind of fills your soul.
You definitely want to see everything that we have to offer.
It's just something that you have to see and experience for yourself.
We have something very special going on here, and it's just starting.
The people here are very welcoming. We welcome you to the historic Mission Trail.
Makoam Herimba. Welcome, everyone.
It's time to come down and check us out.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
Friends, but I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 All Abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reach all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west, and far east was Reisinger in Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Escarate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities, and so you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground. Swings. There you go. Ready?
The amenities and the play structures are more inclusive. They allow for wheeled devices to be utilized. So for example, this one over here, the Sway Fun, it's a seesaw, but a child or a person who's using a wheelchair does not need to exit their wheelchair. They can wheel into it and experience the fun.
And I really want to thank everyone for making this happen. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome.
What do you think of the park?
It's very good, obviously, and I kind of like it.
Great. Well, are you going to go play?
Yeah.
All right. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what this is all about, right? Caden and his classmates at Riverside Elementary who joined us today.
It just opens that communication and that community. Kids without disabilities will not, their play isn't impacted with now having kids with disabilities come and join them. So it opens up that dialogue, it opens up that relationship and that communication, and more importantly, that understanding of everybody in our humanity.
Walk around a day without your identification and see how many times you reach for your wallet, and if you don't have it, what you cannot do. Very excited, happy, and proud that this project has finally come to fruition.
Because this is an initiative that the county started working on along with Border Network for Human Rights many, many years ago, 9, almost 10 years ago.
I know the government works slow, but we persevered and we didn't give up.
We did have to talk to all of our community partners to make sure that this library card would be accepted as a form of ID, and I'm really happy to report that everyone understands why this program is important.
It's a very good program that came over here, especially here in Fabens. The community needs something like this to be enhanced and for everybody to know, and it will help all of us.
You have different communities who just can't get that state-issued ID, but because they have access to this enhanced library card, they'll be able to engage in a lot of activities that they wouldn't be able to otherwise.
This is going to help people access banking services, healthcare, medical services. It'll help folks with schools, with libraries.
You've got folks who need to be able to get copies of their kids' birth certificates from the county clerk, who can now use this ID to do that as well. You have people who maybe don't have an ID and so are afraid to report that they've been the victim of a crime to police because they know that the police might ask them for ID. So now having this enhanced library card will give them that security that they know they can call and ask the police for help.
This is a great example of a partnership that we have with the city. We can do more of these, I think, if we try. We are providing one more level of inclusivity for all of the residents here in El Paso. That's what I think the county has espoused, the value of being inclusive, and this, I think, embodies that.
children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Visit the Mission Show for many reasons, a wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone. It has history, it has culture, you can learn, you can relax, and you can connect. It just kind of fills your soul.
You definitely want to see everything that we have to offer.
It's just something that you have to see and experience for yourself.
We have something very special going on here, and it's just starting.
The people here are very welcoming. We welcome you to the historic Mission Trail.
Makom, Herimba. Welcome, everyone.
It's time to come down and check us out.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
Friends, but I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 All Abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reach all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west, and far east was Reisinger in Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Escarate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities, and so you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground. Swings. There you go. Ready?
The amenities and the play structures are more inclusive. They allow for wheeled devices to be utilized. So for example, this one over here, the Sway Fun, it's a seesaw, but a child or a person who's using a wheelchair does not need to exit their wheelchair. They can wheel into it and experience the fun.
And I really want to thank everyone for making this happen. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome.
What do you think of the park?
It's very good, obviously, and I kind of like it.
Great. Well, are you going to go play?
Yeah.
All right. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what this is all about, right? Caden and his classmates at Riverside Elementary who joined us today.
It just opens that communication and that community. Kids without disabilities will not, their play isn't impacted with now having kids with disabilities come and join them. So it opens up that dialogue, it opens up that relationship and that communication, and more importantly, that understanding of everybody in our humanity.
Walk around a day without your identification and see how many times you reach for your wallet, and if you don't have it, what you cannot do. Very excited, happy, and proud that this project has finally come to fruition.
Because this is an initiative that the county started working on along with Board Network for Human Rights many, many years ago, almost 10 years ago.
I know the government works slow, but we persevered and we didn't give up.
We did have to talk to all of our community partners to make sure that this library card would be accepted as a form of ID, and I'm really happy to report that everyone understands why this program is important.
It's a very good program that came over here, especially here in Fabens. The community needs something like this to be enhanced and for everybody to know, and it will help all of us.
But you have different communities who just can't get that state-issued ID, but because they have access to this enhanced library card, they'll be able to engage in a lot of activities that they wouldn't be able to otherwise.
This is going to help people access banking services, healthcare, medical services. It'll help folks with schools, with libraries.
You've got folks who need to be able to get copies of their kids' birth certificates from the county clerk, who can now use this ID to do that as well. You have people who maybe don't have an ID and so are afraid to report that they've been the victim of a crime to police because they know that the police might ask them for ID. So now having this enhanced library card will give them that security that they know they can call and ask the police for help.
This is a great example of a partnership that we have with the city. We can do more of these, I think, if we try. We are providing one more level of inclusivity for all of the residents here in El Paso. That's what I think the county has espoused, the value of being inclusive, and this, I think, embodies that.
children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Visit the Mission Show for many reasons, a wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone. Oh. It has history, it has culture, you can learn, you can relax, and you can connect. It just kind of fills your soul.
You definitely want to see everything that we have to offer.
It's just something that you have to see and experience for yourself.
We have something very special going on here, and it's just starting.
The people here are very welcoming. We welcome you to the historic Mission Trail.
Makoam Herimba. Welcome everyone.
It's time to come down and check us out.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
Friends, but I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 All Abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reached all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west, and far east was Reisinger and Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Escarate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities, and so you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground. Swings. There you go. Ready?
The amenities and the play structures are more inclusive. They allow for wheeled devices to be utilized. So for example, this one over here, the Sway Fun, it's a seesaw, but a child or a person who's using a wheelchair does not need to exit their wheelchair. They can wheel into it and experience the fun.
And I really want to thank everyone for making this happen. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome.
What do you think of the park?
It's very good, obviously, and I kind of like it.
Great. Well, are you going to go play?
Yeah.
All right. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you. That's exactly what this is all about, right? Caden and his classmates at Riverside Elementary who joined us today.
It just opens that communication and that community. Kids without disabilities will not, their play isn't impacted with now having kids with disabilities come and join them. So it opens up that dialogue, it opens up that relationship and that communication, and more importantly, that understanding of everybody in our humanity.
Walk around a day without your identification and see how many times you reach for your wallet, and if you don't have it, what you cannot do. Very excited, happy, and proud that this project has finally come to fruition.
Because this is an initiative that the county started working on along with Border Network for Human Rights many, many years ago, 9, almost 10 years ago.
I know the government works slow, but we persevered and we didn't give up.
We did have to talk to all of our community partners to make sure that this library card would be accepted as a form of ID, and I'm really happy to report that everyone understands why this program is important.
It's a very good program that came over here, especially here in Fabens. The community needs something like this to be enhanced and for everybody to know, and it will help all of us.
But you have different communities who just can't get that state-issued ID, but because they have access to this enhanced library card, they'll be able to engage in a lot of activities that they wouldn't be able to otherwise.
This is going to help people access banking services, healthcare, medical services. It'll help folks with schools, with libraries.
You've got folks who need to be able to get copies of their kids' birth certificates from the county clerk, who can now use this ID to do that as well. You have people who maybe don't have an ID and so are afraid to report that they've been the victim of a crime to police because they know that the police might ask them for ID. So now having this enhanced library card will give them that security that they know they can call and ask the police for help.
This is a great example of a partnership that we have with the city. We can do more of these, I think, if we try. We are providing one more level of inclusivity for all of the residents here in El Paso. That's what I think the county has espoused, the value of being inclusive, and this, I think, embodies that.
remind children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Visit the Mission Show for many reasons, a wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone. Oh. It has history, it has culture, you can learn, you can relax, and you can connect. It just kind of fills your soul.
You definitely want to see everything that we have to offer.
It's just something that you have to see and experience for yourself.
We have something very special going on here, and it's just starting.
The people here are very welcoming. We welcome you to the historic Mission Trail.
Makom, Herimba. Welcome, everyone.
It's time to come down and check us out.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
Friends, but I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 All Abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reach all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west, and far east was Reisinger in Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Escarate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities, and so you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground. Swings. There you go. Ready?
The amenities and the play structures are more inclusive. They allow for wheeled devices to be utilized. So for example, this one over here, the Sway Fun, it's a seesaw, but a child or a person who's using a wheelchair does not need to exit their wheelchair. They can wheel into it and experience the fun.
And I really want to thank everyone for making this happen. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome.
What do you think of the park?
It's very good, obviously, and I kind of like it.
Great. Well, are you going to go play?
Yeah.
All right. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what this is all about, right? Caden and his classmates at Riverside Elementary who joined us today.
It just opens that communication and that community. Kids without disabilities will not, their play isn't impacted with now having kids with disabilities come and join them. So it opens up that dialogue, it opens up that relationship and that communication, and more importantly, that understanding of everybody in our humanity.
Walk around a day without your identification and see how many times you reach for your wallet, and if you don't have it, what you cannot do. Very excited, happy, and proud that this project has finally come to fruition.
Because this is an initiative that the county started working on along with Border Network for Human Rights many, many years ago, 9, almost 10 years ago.
I know the government works slow, but we persevered and we didn't give up.
We did have to talk to all of our community partners to make sure that this library card would be accepted as a form of ID, and I'm really happy to report that everyone understands why this program is important.
It's a very good program that came over here, especially here in Fabens. The community needs something like this to be enhanced and for everybody to know, and it will help all of us.
But you have different communities who just can't get that state-issued ID, but because they have access to this enhanced library card, they'll be able to engage in a lot of activities that they wouldn't be able to otherwise.
This is going to help people access banking services, healthcare, medical services. It'll help folks with schools, with libraries.
You've got folks who need to be able to get copies of their kids' birth certificates from the county clerk, who can now use this ID to do that as well. You have people who maybe don't have an ID and so are afraid to report that they've been the victim of a crime to police because they know that the police might ask them for ID. So now having this enhanced library card will give them that security that they know they can call and ask the police for help.
This is a great example of a partnership that we have with the city. We can do more of these, I think, if we try. We are providing one more level of inclusivity for all of the residents here in El Paso. That's what I think the county has espoused, the value of being inclusive, and this, I think, embodies that.
on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Visit the Mission Show for many reasons. A wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone. It has history, it has culture, you can learn, you can relax, and you can connect. It just kind of fills your soul.
You definitely want to see everything that we have to offer.
It's just something that you have to see and experience for yourself.
We have something very special going on here, and it's just starting.
The people here are very welcoming. We welcome you to the historic Mission Trail.
Makoam Herimba. Welcome everyone.
It's time to come down and check us out.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
Friends, but I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 All Abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reach all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west, and far east was Reisinger in Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Escarate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities, and so you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground. Swings. There you go. Ready?
The amenities and the play structures are more inclusive. They allow for wheeled devices to be utilized. So for example, this one over here, the Sway Fun, it's a seesaw, but a child or a person who's using a wheelchair does not need to exit their wheelchair. They can wheel into it and experience the fun.
And I really want to thank everyone for making this happen. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome.
What do you think of the park?
It's very good, obviously, and I kind of like it.
Great. Well, are you going to go play?
Yeah.
All right. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what this is all about, right? Caden and his classmates at Riverside Elementary who joined us today.
It just opens that communication and that community. Kids without disabilities will not, their play isn't impacted with now having kids with disabilities come and join them. So it opens up that dialogue, it opens up that relationship and that communication, and more importantly, that understanding of everybody and our humanity.
Walk around a day without your identification and see how many times you reach for your wallet, and if you don't have it, what you cannot do. Very excited, happy, and proud that this project has finally come to fruition.
Because this is an initiative that the county started working on along with Border Network for Human Rights many, many years ago, 9, almost 10 years ago.
I know the government works slow, but we persevered and we didn't give up.
We did have to talk to all of our community partners to make sure that this library card would be accepted as a form of ID, and I'm really happy to report that everyone understands why this program is important.
It's a very good program that came over here, especially here in Fabens. The community needs something like this to be enhanced and for everybody to know, and it will help all of us.
But you have different communities who just can't get that state-issued ID, but because they have access to this enhanced library card, they'll be able to engage in a lot of activities that they wouldn't be able to otherwise.
This is going to help people access banking services, healthcare, medical services. It'll help folks with schools, with libraries.
You've got folks who need to be able to get copies of their kids' birth certificates from the county clerk, who can now use this ID to do that as well. You have people who maybe don't have an ID and so are afraid to report that they've been the victim of a crime to police because they know that the police might ask them for ID. So now having this enhanced library card will give them that security that they know they can call and ask the police for help.
This is a great example of a partnership that we have with the city. We can do more of these, I think, if we try. We are providing one more level of inclusivity for all of the residents here in El Paso. That's what I think the county has espoused, the value of being inclusive, and this, I think, embodies that.
current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Visit the Mission Show for many reasons. A wealth of history, culture, and arts. You'll be able to taste it. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to dance to it.
To know us is to love us. You're going to meet people as if they're your friends. If you come here to the Mission Trail, you're going to get a really deep sense of the unity that we have because of this connection that we all have.
I think the Mission Trail has something for everyone. Oh. It has history, it has culture, you can learn, you can relax, and you can connect. It just kind of fills your soul.
You definitely want to see everything that we have to offer.
It's just something that you have to see and experience for yourself.
We have something very special going on here, and it's just starting.
The people here are very welcoming. We welcome you to the historic Mission Trail.
Makom, Herimba. Welcome, everyone.
It's time to come down and check us out.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
Friends, but I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 All Abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reached all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west, and far east was Reisinger in Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Escarate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities, and so you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground. Swings.
There you go. Ready?
The amenities and the play structures are more inclusive. They allow for wheeled devices to be utilized. So for example, this one over here, the Sway Fun, it's a seesaw, but a child or a person who's using a wheelchair does not need to exit their wheelchair. They can wheel into it and experience the fun.
And I really want to thank everyone for making this happen. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome.
What do you think of the park?
It's very good, obviously, and I kind of like it.
Great. Well, are you going to go play?
Yeah.
All right. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you. That's exactly what this is all about, right? Caden and his classmates at Riverside Elementary who joined us today.
It just opens that communication and that community. Kids without disabilities will not, their play isn't impacted with now having kids with disabilities come and join them. So it opens up that dialogue, it opens up that relationship and that communication, and more importantly, that understanding of everybody in our humanity.
Walk around a day without your identification and see how many times you reach for your wallet, and if you don't have it, what you cannot do. Very excited, happy, and proud that this project has finally come to fruition.
Because this is an initiative that the county started working on along with Border Network for Human Rights many, many years ago, almost 10 years ago.
I know the government works slow, but we persevered and we didn't give up.
We did have to talk to all of our community partners to make sure that this library card would be accepted as a form of ID, and I'm really happy to report that everyone understands why this program is important.
It's a very good program that came over here, especially here in Fabens. The community needs something like this to be enhanced and for everybody to know, and it will help all of us.
But you have different communities who just can't get that state-issued ID, but because they have access to this enhanced library card, they'll be able to engage in a lot of activities that they wouldn't be able to otherwise.
This is going to help people access banking services, healthcare, medical services. It'll help folks with schools, with libraries.
You've got folks who need to be able to get copies of their kids' birth certificates from the county clerk, who can now use this ID to do that as well. You have people who maybe don't have an ID and so are afraid to report that they've been the victim of a crime to police because they know that the police might ask them for ID. So now having this enhanced library card will give them that security that they know they can call and ask the police for help.
This is a great example of a partnership that we have with the city. We can do more of these, I think, if we try. We are providing one more level of inclusivity for all of the residents here in El Paso. That's what I think the county has espoused, the value of being inclusive, and this, I think, embodies that.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to special open session. We are on item 4A, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the development of the FY 2024 multi-year capital plan for El Paso County, including project selections, performance objectives and outcomes, performance management, operational management, corresponding financial planning related to capital investments and operational needs, and general capital direction.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you again for today. Just a few updates. So we've gone through the project listing. I believe now that we've gone through that list. If there's any project-specific questions, we can certainly answer those and address those. And just to provide you all with a few more dates that we've discussed here, just for your awareness, we will be placing this item on the agenda for your special session next week on July 18th. So that'll give us another opportunity to continue the discussion so we don't feel like we are limited to today's item at all. And then beyond that, Public Works will be working on placing an item on your July 29th Commissioners Court agenda. And that will be to go over some of the existing plans and master plans that have been developed that have informed this process, including the growth management report, the space needs assessment. And so those elements will be coming back to your agenda on a Monday on July 29th. And so we do anticipate the court having 2 more opportunities to continue this discussion, because it is a lot to get through. It's a lot of questions, a lot of discussion. And so we want to make sure that you all have as much opportunity as possible to engage in that discussion and answer those questions. But short of that update, again, now that we've gone through the listing, Public Works and our offices are available to answer any questions that you all may have about this project specifically.
I have questions, Judge. Is it all right if I start?
Absolutely.
So on the CO list, project number 63, so that's the Ascarate Annex build-out, which is going to be a new building. So the new building is about 6,000 square feet, and I know that they are really, really tight right now with the ag extension. So is the idea that the new building would be completely for the ag extension, all 6,000 feet, or are there other ideas of who else would be in this new building?
Sure. I'll defer to Ms. Bañuelos with Public Works to answer that.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, the additional building at the Ascarate Annex would be for the AgriLife, or it's currently dedicated for that.
Okay, the entire 6,000?
The entire 6,000, including their storage needs and conference that we did stress was shareable with all the county.
Okay, great, great. And then the next one, the Border Tobacco Building, I know we've had some discussions of who might occupy that, including the Elections Department. Is that still who we think would occupy that space, or has there been a change?
Yeah, and so in a lot of this programming, what you'll see is instead of department-specific improvements, we are referring back to the name of the building. And in discussing this with Public Works, we want to just ensure that there isn't a sense of entitlement from any department, because things may change. But it is my understanding that elections and purchasing are still departments that might fit into that space because of the building's ability to receive goods, and that's an obvious important component for purchasing. And then elections also just being a more front-facing facility to be able to move people in and out, especially during elections.
And it's also really important for like the ballot drop-off. There's
Right.
issues like that. And the building already has a vault, which is something else elections needs.
Okay. And so would that go kind of hand in hand with Project 87, which is the 3rd floor renovation? I know our admin staff is also very cramped. So is the idea then if election moves to Border Tobacco, admin is going to be able to take some of the space where elections is now? All right. And then I know for Project 91, we can't really talk too much about, because that's a security related topic. So I know you said you didn't feel comfortable speaking about that in open session, but I guess I'm wondering the difference in the original estimate and then the recommended amount. Did we combine a bunch of different
Yes,
projects?
ma'am.
And that's why
No.
there's such a
Jose,
huge...
can I speak
Yes,
to that
yeah.
one? I think we need to also update the description to say county and not county courthouse security improvements. So we have a variety of security improvements needed across multiple facilities. And so we actually originally, I think, had a higher amount. We had a low amount for a specific project, and then we had a really high amount. And this is a more reasonable number of the type of work we could get accomplished in the period. But this is to address security needs across multiple facilities, as I recall.
Okay, so was it that the projects were separated previously and now we're just combining them all into one? Or I guess I'm just trying to figure out how we started with 726,000 and ended up with a little less than 10 million.
So when we were working with M&K to scope out the project, because we were focusing on primarily improvements to the courthouse initially, there was some discussion that the scope of work was actually technology for the sheriff's office to have, detection software to be able to do body scans and things like that. When we went back, and so that was reported to the BOAC, but then when we saw that, we went back and revised the scope of work to include some of the physical infrastructure that we may need at various county facilities, and so that's why the number went back up to the original estimate that we had identified of approximately $10 million. So it was undercounted because the scope of work was clarified with the consultant, and so that's why the estimate went back up.
Okay, all right, okay. And then the second floor remodel, so is the idea now that we know, based on the email that we received from Mr. Montoya, would we still plan on going forward with that, even though he may or may not be our next district attorney, but he doesn't seem to think that those are necessary remodel expenses? Would the idea to still keep it on the list?
I think
what
the court could do in light of that, this decision to issue this debt won't be made until, as I mentioned earlier, December or January of this coming year, 2025. And so with the election for the district attorney being held in November, I think the court could adopt a list with a finance plan, and if you all would like to include that project in the event there is a change in the district attorney's office, that discussion could be had with them to determine whether or not they feel that the project is still necessary. The court could identify an alternative that was identified in that under the CO list, one of the projects that was removed, that could be added back in. That's in a roughly the same project. The dollar amount would be the MDR fourth floor remodel, and again, that's to renovate the space that was left after IT vacated that on the fourth floor. In your books, that is going to be project 37, and that's about a $12.9 million project, but elements of that project could be reduced to come in under the same budget as was made available for the DA's office. So that might be an option, is to keep that other MDR project as an alternative and then let both projects carry forward, and then we can have a conversation with the district attorney that wins the election after the November 5th election.
Okay. And then just my last question on the COs, with all of the stormwater projects, I feel those are similar to the discussion that we had with the water and wastewater, where we've been very, very successful in obtaining grants, primarily through the Texas Water Development Board. And in the last 3.5 years that I've been on this court, I think our amount is about $45 million, if I'm not mistaken, on stormwater projects. So if we keep applying, and I'm assuming we're going to keep applying for grants because we have been so successful, those funds, or savings, if there are any, would then be reprogrammed to other, I guess it's the same two options that Betsy mentioned with water and wastewater, correct? Either they're reprogrammed for another similar project, or they're returned to reduce the amount of debt, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And actually, these projects are, so the approach to stormwater is a little different from that of first-time water and sewer, where the projects that we've received funding through the Water Development Board have been the projects that have a very high benefit-cost ratio. I believe, and Mr. Fernandez can confirm, these are actually projects that have a low BCR that wouldn't be as competitive on that statewide process, but these projects do bring about a huge responsibility and response when the roads wash out, or things like that. And so I'd ask Mr. Hernandez if he could elaborate a little bit on that.
Okay, so these we may not have an opportunity for grants like we have on some of our other projects.
Yes, that's correct. These, because of the way these projects are broken down, they have a very low BCR rating, which means that they would never be funded. Typically for funding, you have to have at least, they want to see a 1 or higher. But all these projects that were presented were in the low 0.1, 0.2%.
And why is that?
The reason is because some of the ones that we did put were lower impacting communities. So they have a high effect because it's like the primary roadways that go into the communities, but they don't affect property costs, right? So like one of the big factors that takes into account the benefit cost ratio is repetitive losses. And so because it's only the roadway is the actual loss and not actual structures or buildings, so it doesn't count towards a repetitive loss because there's no loss of that. But the loss that we do experience is our roadway and our infrastructure, right? So like just to give you a quick example is for the, I'll just go to the very first one, which is the Waco Mountain, the Overland Stage. So that project, it usually costs us between $110,000 to $150,000 worth of materials to replace every time we do get that washed out. In the last 7 years, in the last 5 years, we've had to reconstruct that roadway 7 times.
Wow.
So, it's not a very high impact as far as for what we're losing for costs as far as for housing, but it does affect our budget, right? And so and just for that one example, right, the fact that we've had to do that for half the price it would cost to repair, it's only, I guess that's why we prioritize these projects to be able to fortify those and not have to do a repetitive reconstruction of those. And so that's why these projects were selected ahead of some of the other major projects that we could try to get additional grant funding from. And so that's why they were prioritized on a separate list, right? So we do have like a list of projects that have a high BCR rating, and so those are the ones that we're funding, or we're trying to seek funding through the state or the TDMs. But these projects, we know that they're a high value to the county as far as for what we have to do, but have very limited potential of being funded elsewhere.
Okay, thank you for that. That makes sense. Thank you, Fernie. Judge, I'm not sure if anyone else has questions on the CO list. Okay.
I do, but go ahead. I think I'm pretty much agreeable with all these projects, the way the bond committee's pointed out. I think probably we ought to switch out the Fabens Park and the COs and put maybe something that's more countywide, that take it away from the GOs and put it something similar like the county park shelters modernization. That's kind of close. It's about 11 million. The other one was 9 million. That would service the countywide instead of just one area. I think, there's several projects in our GO proposal that I think are some of those issues that we really need to address, and that it's an equity issue. For example, the Far East Montana Annex. We also, want to make sure we take care of the Isleta Annex building west, but the development of our 75-acre site out of construction, that's only going to end up costing more if we don't do it now. And our medical examiner's office, we know there's, during the pandemic, there was a high need for that. Those are issues that not just, to me, it's not just, roof issues, those are safety issues and health issues for the community. And so, plus, it has the potential of, make us revenue down the road with the development of that area. So, I just, with respect to some of the needs, like for example, community center out in Gallegos Park, it's not just that we need, I give great compliments to our, community services. They've really done a great job out there. And we have a waiting list for people to get into that program. Additionally, we have safety and health issues now with the septic tank there. So it's not just about improving the building. We need to improve the actual safety and the health of the facility. They close it on. We have to air it out for several hours before people can go in there. That's just not acceptable for our seniors. And we're trying to see about connecting to the lift station next to the school district, the school district, probably down the road's not going to, I don't know what their intent on there is, but maybe they can, our staff can tell us, but they're going to want to get rid of the school. They pass their bond, they're going to build another new school, and they're going to leave and sell that one, which might be a great opportunity for us. There's a lift station already there, sorely needed for that area. So I just want to throw those out there, that some of these projects in the GO list aren't necessarily those that are wants. Some of them are actually, I think, needs, and that the community should have a vote on. I really, think that we ought to do that. And some of the one question I had for our staff is on the trail to connect Gallegos Park to the river trail. What is the plan for that? Because if we're going to go down Bosque, there's a couple subdivisions that we're going to need to take over land there, and their residences, not commercial stuff. The rest of it, I know, is public service board land. That's a lot easier to do, but there's two communities there that it's going to be difficult to take over residences. What's the plan for that? I don't know.
For the trails, sometimes when the road narrows down or we have existing structures, what we do is we change the section, meaning that maybe we reduce some of the landscaping, but we keep the trail. Sometimes we can't have landscaping. It might just be the trail, but we try to keep the trail our minimum width, which it's typically about 10 feet wide.
Oh, yeah, but for example, in that subdivision there, down the street heading towards Vinton Road, we don't have any landscaping. It's a very narrow road, and the subdivisions are right up to the road. It's the shoulder, and that's it. So where are we going to put the trail?
Lydia, I don't know, but in the particular map for that trail, it does show there is a section that does go through populated area, Commissioner.
Yeah.
The majority of it, it's abutting what looks to be undeveloped property.
It's the public service board land, the majority of it, but there is a portion there, about 3 streets, that hit Bosque, that on either side, both sides, are residences. So what is the plan for that? Because during that stretch, and it's not a long stretch, but during that stretch, the only way to keep that trail going is to take over residences, period. And that would be I mean, that's a great addition, but what is the plan for that? Because it would make sense to make the trail through there and maybe eventually hit the botanical garden. And it's also a safety issue for the people that ride their bikes through Bosque. They could use the trail. But my question is regarding the residential area we're going to have to take over.
We can look into the actual width of the road and come back with more information on that, for sure.
Okay. That was just some of my comments regarding the overall projects. I think this is something, some of these projects that are in the GO list really are equity issues for the entire community, and some of them are sorely needed services, and some of them are even safety and health issues. And so my position is that we switch those 2 projects around and then just round off the recommended COs to 190 and the recommended GOs to 290 and fit all those projects in there and let the community decide. I think we're going to be, pleasantly surprised in the next few weeks that hopefully the Fed reduces the interest rates, and it's going to cost us even less. And down the road, when we do the other tranches on each of the sides of the COs and GOs, I think, the cost will even come down lower. And taking advantage of making sure we do these projects sooner than later, that's going to cost us more. I think we need to at least give the community that kind of option and decision that, this is going to cost you more if we don't do this, and this is the plan. Tell us, I think they'll react positively to that we're trying to save money, because the way I see things, that it's our responsibility, it's not to reduce taxes now, it's to make smart decisions that's going to reduce our costs in the long term, not for the immediacy of it. If we are to always to act on that in that manner, I think it would be irresponsible, because obviously we'd always be paying more for things because we're doing it in smaller intervals. And it's just going to drive the cost up. Case in point, how much was our stormwater needs back in 2006 to 2010? Can anybody tell me that?
400 million?
What do you think they are now? $500 million, how much? $500 million? So it's only 400, it was only 400 million back then?
It was 400 million back in 2010, and that's before we did some of the projects that we've done. So we did some of the projects.
Right.
And it's even though we've done some of the projects, you're saying 500 million now.
Even more so from what we've already done, right? So it's even, so if we've done part of it, and now we still have a $500 million need, what does that tell you? We're never going to get it done. We're never going to get it done. But I think we have a responsibility to do as much as we can to save the taxpayers' money down the road, because the cost is never going to go down on anything that involves construction or investment. I just think that we really need to consider that, and the public's going to have their choice to do it. So, Judge, thank you, Commissioners.
Commissioner Stones?
Thank you. So I wanted to, one of my first questions is, just looking at some of the flood control projects, and I know we talked about this a little bit, but some have pretty marginal cost increases, and others have like up to 20% increases in the costs from the recommended amount in the original estimate. Can you all explain, I mean, why that is? Yeah, so I mean, look, if you look at, for example, the Sparks Arroyo goes up a little bit, 8%, but the Mankato crossing goes up 20%, and then the O'Leary crossing 8%, and then the Tamarack crossing 20%, and the O'Leary and the Tamarack crossing are like a half a mile from each other on the same arroyo.
I do know that Ms. Renee Jimenez with M&K will help put these estimates together in consultation with Public Works is online. She might be able to speak a little bit to those variances.
Hi, good afternoon. So the reason why the estimates have increased and you're seeing some of the differences is really pertaining to the schedule. So what we did was we took the BOVAC's recommendation and they had prioritized which ones were priority projects. And then we further took the capacity that each of the county staff can handle within their projects. For example, we didn't put all of the stormwater to start at the same time. We've staggered them because of staffing issues. And then also took into consideration the funding available at the different dates. And so that's what determined the schedule. And so some of the projects got pushed out further. So you'll see more percentage of increase on projects that are slated to start in 2028, for example, rather than in 2025. So that's where you're seeing the escalation factor is the key in that percentage of increase.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just as a perspective, Commissioner, we've seen an increase in construction costs from 2019 to current of 25%, right? So that's what we're using as our escalation factors. I know it's a little inflated, but given the climate that we're in today, that's what we use as our escalation factors.
Okay.
Which reinforces, if you notice, the longer
that
you
we've
wait,
been
the bigger the increase. So I think it's an obvious.
Apologize, but when, that $500 million estimate was from when?
That was with the new report that added the Montana Vista area for the 2020 revised stormwater master plan.
2020.
Yes, sir.
What do you think is going to be 4 years later?
And
Same
that's what's
500
been
million?
factored in with these, that's what M&K is factoring in.
Factored in
The
some,
time of when we would actually award the bids, go out for the bids for these projects.
okay, all right.
Back to you, Commissioner Stout, sorry.
So I had thank you. Some more questions on some of the flood control projects. You know, some of them, as my staff and I were going over them, you know, some of them would, you know, I guess, service or affect a larger number of homes or properties or folks, and some not so much. And I know some of the explanation that y'all gave had to do with, you know, the benefit to the county because we don't have to continue to reconstruct. But how often do we have issues where we're replacing? I mean, you said, I think the O'Leary crossing is $150,000 to replace. How many times have we had to replace it in the last 15 years or 20 years?
On the Overland stage, we've had to replace that one 7 times within the last 5 years.
7 times in the
Yes.
last 5 years?
Yes.
Okay. I think you may have said that as well, but, so I'm just looking at these as like a, you know, cost benefit analysis and, you know, how, you know, how needed they may be, and I can understand that, but for example, the O'Leary crossing is 3.2 million, but it would affect 32 homes. Tamarack crossing, which is just down the road, or just down the arroyo, would affect 133 residents, and for the same cost. I mean, why do we need both of those projects?
Right, right. And the problem is that these are not really connected communities, right? So even though they're adjacent to each other, the Tamara goes up towards the Buckwheat area where it's a separate community. And the O'Leary one is the one that's over here closer towards the old Paso Norte asphalt plant, right?
Bernie?
And so,
I'm sorry, are you going to go into the fact that this is the crossing over the arroyo? Okay, sorry.
right. And so, you know, this is the only primary road for those two communities, right? So, like the one on Tamara, Tamara, that one goes to our buckwheat tank, right? So that's the one that has the large amount of the community. While the other one is the main crossing for that same arroyo, but it's just to a different community, and so that one only has 28 residents that can actually get affected. So even though it's the same arroyo, same general vicinity, it's just that our communities are isolated and not really interconnected. That makes sense.
And on those ones, is it about the same rate that they're being washed out or that they're being blocked?
Yes, sir. And actually, these two in particular, the Tamara and O'Leary, they don't get washed out as much because we've done some preventive measures to reinforce the approach aprons on there. But the fact that we do have these areas, and then the arroyo, when that arroyo runs, it runs about 3 to 4 feet on the roadway itself. And so during the whole rain event, because it gets, not only does it get the water that's flowing in that vicinity, but it also gets the water that's coming off the Wacos, right? And so there's a long lag time between, by the time the water comes from the Wacos down to that community, that we effectively see that those communities are isolated between a 10 to 15-hour period before the water subsides enough for them to be able to cross that area. So the whole time is between that major rain event, these members or community members don't have access to any type of services. They don't have a way to get into their houses or get out. And then in addition to the Tamara one, that is where our water tank is. So we are isolated from our water system, right? So if there was ever an emergency that's occurring during a rain event, we don't have access to our water tank out there in the Buckwheat area.
And so Faith Road and Camino de Tierra go east and west, they don't connect the two communities?
They do, but they're south of the arroyo, or, I mean, not south, but downstream of the arroyo, right?
Right, yeah, they're south, right? But
Right, right.
But I guess the point is, like, if you have east and west thoroughfares, do we actually need the two crossings,
Right.
north and south? And then you also have, I think, O'Shea that runs north and southwest of Tamara.
Right, and so the crossing that we're talking about is at the, we'll say northern port, right, just so we can get our bearings correct. And so those two communities are the most northern point of those roadways, and so there's no connection between those. Everything is connected south of that arroyo, but to the north of it, that's where we get isolated. And so once you cross the Tamara Road, the road crossing there, we start climbing up the hill towards the Wacos there, that little outcropping where we have buckwheat and our tanks. And so that one doesn't connect because there's that big escarpment that connects down to that lower community.
Okay. I think my staff was just texting me that Camino de Tierra is actually north of the arroyo, and I think Faith is south. But I mean, I take into account your explanation. And then, so there's also Hueco Mountain Crossing, $4 million, 38 homes served. Same number as Overland Crossing, $3 million, 38 served.
Right.
And I mean, also by looking at the map, I can't tell if these are actually colonias or if these are people that just decided that they wanted to live out, you know, and that they weren't the individuals that were, you know, unscrupulously duped into buying property that was not being served or didn't have services. So, I mean, are all of these crossings serving areas that are completely, like, you know, part of a colonia, or are these developments where people decided to live out there knowing full well that, you know, this is the situation?
You know, on the Wacos, it's hard to decipher the two, right? Just because of the isolation of that area. A lot of the people that do live in that area are prone to that lifestyle just because of the park and the isolation itself.
Right, so they choose to live there knowing full well that it's
Right,
not,
right.
I would not consider that like colonia living. You know, I
Right,
mean,
we haven't
there's
seen-
no services, but there's lack of services or a lower level of services, but it's not because these folks were duped into buying this property not knowing what was going on. I think we have to make a distinction between, you know, servicing a colonia and servicing an area that is either developer driven or folks chose to live there.
Right.
Right.
But even though it's not categorized as a colonia by the state, at the state level, right? But the need is still the same, right? So there's a need for the water, the sewer, and we recently have had a couple of meetings with the residents, you know, where they're requesting our help to get those services out there, because they do, even though they're not classified as a state colonia, they still live in the same conditions where they have to have potable water trucked in. And so it just becomes an issue where this is more of a life safety, because these two crossings in particular only emphasize, are the only roadways that into that one community of those 34 or 35 residents in that area. But, you know, the same, you know, that water of the coming over the arroyo coming over the water, those are the ones that do get washed out. And just to give you a time frame, right? Whenever we have to reconstruct those roadways, it takes us 10 full days to be able to reconstruct them. The first 2 days, because of the condition of the water that runs through that arroyo, it becomes so saturated, and that material is so loose that we can't put any type of equipment because we'll get it stuck in the mud, right? And so it takes us 2 days to let it to dry out, and then we have to start to reconstruct it, the roadway, and it usually by the 10th day we're able to start paving in that area. But this whole time, you know, the residents have limited access to be able to come in and out of that community. These two roadways are the reason why one is ranked, Overland Stage is ranked so high up on the list is because that's our #1 priority for that area. And then we do recognize that Waco Mountain is a luxury to have a secondary access to that same community. And so that's why it got ranked a lot, not as high on the priority list. That makes sense.
If Tamara's closed, can people go up O'Shea, or does that get washed out too?
Tamara is the only road that connects up to that community subdivision up there.
Okay. And if
And I'm not sure if I could maybe share a map. I'm not sure if we can try to maybe let's start.
You have, if you can join the team's meeting virtually, and then to our AV team, Bernie's going to share his screen to share a map. If you can just.
I mean, the reason I'm asking some of these questions is, again, like, the cost benefit, and, we have lots of projects that need to be done, and, I for one would like to, do projects that affect, a larger number of people, and especially folks that the have-nots, as opposed to the people that, I mean, I feel like we have a moral obligation to provide services to communities that are considered colonias, but when it comes to the sprawl that occurs and continuing to invest in projects that are going to induce further sprawl, that's we have very few tools in our tool chest to be able to curb that. And I think instead of, trying to work to curb it, we're now doing some of these projects which would induce more development, which is going to cost us more money down the line, because more, I mean, it'll be easier for folks to get out there. And when you're talking about spending $4 million or $3 million or $4 million to provide a benefit to 35 properties or homes, or 30 or 40 properties or homes, it seems a little much for me. It doesn't. The cost benefit doesn't make sense to me.
Commissioner, if I can add,
Yes.
in Waco Tanks, we have about 350 homes.
Okay.
And like Fernie said, some of them have moved to that area because of the park. But the majority of them have been there for a long time. And we can go back and probably look at the homes that existed so that we give you an idea. But when you look at them, 350 homes out there without water or sewer. And also, I mean, going through this, anytime it rains, well, not anytime it rains, but when we get these heavy storms, even school buses can access the area, and people can access their homes. And so that's why we've looked at these. Some of them are colonias. I think we have a little bit of both, but the majority are people who bought their homes thinking that the infrastructure would be placed by the county. That's not the case, but they didn't know any better. So just wanted to share that information with you.
And I did misspeak there, Commissioner. Waco Tanks is considered or recognized as a colonia by the state.
There's a collection of a few colonias there in Waco Mountain Estates, Units 1 through 8, Wilco, Indian Hills, Eisenberg Estates, Butterfield City 1, 2, and 3, beginning all the way from Montana up toward the state park.
So are those homes south of where the Waco and Overland crossings are proposed?
Well, there's two different areas right here. Where this is O'Leary, and then this is Tamara here.
Yes.
So you see, this is the arroyo that crosses, and then the next connection that we have for Tamara is here on Faith, right? And so we turn Faith, and then once you get up across the arroyo, there's no connection to this community that lives up here, where our water tower is, right? So this is the water tower that serves all our 2,200 residents in the Montana Vista area as well. And so during a weather event, we don't have access to our water tower in case there was ever an emergency for that area. And so you kind of see, this is very isolated out here. And so there's no actual physical connection that once you get over here. There is a dirt path that comes across the edge of the Fort Bliss area. But, that, like I said, that during a weather event, we don't have access to dirt roadways, right? And then the other one so this is the Tamara crossing here, and then this is the O'Leary crossing here. And then the ones that you're referring to on Waco Mountain, I'm sorry, the Waco Tanks, is still further out.
Okay.
And Judge, if I could add, just interrupt you just for a second, Commissioner. Just, you also said that some of the people that live out there, they buy land knowing full well that what services are lacking. But just to add what Norma said a while ago, in my many conversations with those folks out there, yes, they did know what services are not available, but that's all they could afford. So that's why a lot of those folks live out there, and they still need as much help as anybody in an area that does have the services. I just wanted to add that to that.
Sure.
And then this is the other area where we have the Royal crossing through here, and this is Overland Stage. I'm sorry, this is Waco Overland Stage and Waco Mountain down here. So it's the primary and secondary access to this community up in this area.
Okay. And on number 69 of Sparks Arroyo, there wasn't a number of homes that benefited listed.
Right.
It talked about the monetary benefits, so that's one of the roads where we're talking about we're spending a lot to rebuild every time it rains.
Right. So actually, that one is the aftermath of the crossing. Let me go to that. Because we do have a crossing on Peyton. So we have a bridge structure on Peyton, but the problem is kind of similar with what we saw with one of our other projects down the street, where after the arroyo, we only did a 50-foot apron. So we have a 50-foot concrete apron here, and then after that, that's where we start seeing a lot of the scouring and a lot of the undermining. So this arroyo has already been undermined by about 6 to 6.5 feet from its natural condition. And so what that project, this Sparks Arroyo project would be is to come back in here, reconstruct the outflow structure so that we don't, to try to prevent any damage to our actual bridge crossing. And then we would come in and reconstruct the arroyo walls to be able to reestablish the arroyo where it was, and then do some sort of lining to try to prevent some of this erosion along the actual arroyo itself as it goes down towards I-10, excuse me. So even though this one doesn't have a home aspect as far as where it doesn't provide any benefits to any residents, because most of this is the work that we're out there reconstructing the actual arroyo every time we do have a severe weather event. Right?
And the same as with the Mankato crossing?
The Mankato one is the same situation where we have an area that is, I don't know if you remember back in 17 we did have a big rain event, and that community got inundated, and it brought in about 3.5 feet of sand from across the I-10, and then it deposited it along this low water crossing, right? So during the whole time, this community, because Mankato, I'm sorry, let me make that a little bit bigger. So this community here, Mankato, we have a low water crossing that comes from the I-10, and so it brought up about 3.5 foot of silt, and it deposited here in this low water crossing. When we were out there, it took us 21 days to clean up the silt that came from this trailer all the way to this house, and it was basically we were out there working. I think at that time it was 12-hour shifts for that duration, and when this occurs, because this channel this is the one that we constructed here back in 2018. The court authorized us to take this property donated by the owners to be able to reconstruct the arroyo. And so that way we were able to reconstruct the arroyo, but now we're asking for a bridge structure to be able to provide an all-weather road crossing because, you know, these communities on this side of the river, I'm sorry, this side of the arroyo, get isolated whenever there's a weather event, right? And so one of the things that we look at is life safety, right? If the ambulance were to come out here and provide some sort of life safety for these residents, and this low water crossing is blocked off because there's either water flowing or sand flowing just because of the development upstream, then they would have to come back and go all the way to North Loop and then be able to cross into Socorro. And then that's, I think it's about a 1.5-mile detour to be able to provide the same life safety for those residents, right? So that was one of the things that we looked into that one, to be able to try to accommodate for the life safety of those residents.
What would prevent, you know, further development upstream, making it worse once we spent the money and?
Well, part of the development would be required to do a stormwater reduction improvement plans, right? Unfortunately, it's out of our control because within the last, I want to say in 2020 or 2019, Socorro annexed this portion located in between Mankato and the freeway. And so basically, we have no jurisdiction or authority to review the plans that do occur within that area because now they're within the recognized annexed area of city limits of Socorro. But as part of their stormwater management program, they're also required to do stormwater mitigation, right?
And Commissioner, if I could add to Mr. Hernandez's comments, development is generally responsible to retain the additional runoff that it generates, and depending on whether you're in a county with less authority or a municipality which might have more authority, there might be some retention requirements of historic flow, which ultimately starts drying up some of the stormwater issues that we see downstream, if you are downstream. But you know, as Mr. Hernandez pointed out, that coordination will just have to be on a good faith basis with the city of Socorro, since it's no longer within the county's unincorporated area.
Okay. All right. Well, we can move on from those items. I appreciate the information.
Thank you, Commissioner.
The next thing I wanted to go over, you know, has to do with, you know, a lot of the modernizing of the existing facilities and the space. We talked earlier about, you know, second floor remodel. I know we've talked a little bit about the fifth floor. I know we talked about the jump from 726,000 to 10 million for the technology and security. So the third floor remodel is contingent upon border tobacco, and what would that entail? So, I mean,
It's not only, Commissioner, if I may, it's not only contingent on border tobacco. If we do not proceed with the border tobacco building, we're still going to have to make modifications to the third floor. We need to make the space more usable for a higher number of individuals.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these things just give me a little bit of pause because, you know, I feel like, and after the pandemic, you know, we saw that lots of folks can actually work remotely, and we don't need as much space as probably as we have in the past. And I know that we've increased the number of our personnel, but you know, another question that I have in relation to all that is all of these annexes that are on the list and all of the services that are going to be provided out there. Are those going to be new hires that are going to be sent out there, or are those going to be people that are sent from staff in this building out there, and is that being taken into account with all these staffing changes, you know, all the not staffing changes, but all the plans to create more space, so to speak?
So we've done a combination of both. When we have added annexes, certain offices have reassigned people because their number of transactions aren't necessarily changing, but they're just going to be being offered in a different location.
Right.
So we have relocated, for example, 2 individuals from the tax office to an annex to cover that annex. But it's not enough of a relocation that it downsizes the existing office. So we've done that. We've also, in certain cases, added services or added staffing to staff certain functions in annexes, depending on what the court's request was. For example, I recall with one of the county attorney's offices, we added someone to take restraining orders, and they were going to be certain locations, certain days. So we've done it both ways.
Yeah, it gives me a little, it worries me a little that we're, looking at spending tens of millions of dollars, and I don't feel like I have a grasp upon whether or not those needs are justified. Like moving into the border tobacco building. I mean, I understand it would be easier to drop things off there, but when we're talking about spending $15 million, I don't know if that's a justifiable expense, right? Or a reason to be moving things over and spending that type of money.
If I may expand a little bit on what Ms. Keller was mentioning, the additional items we consider on these spaces are that the existing facilities that these offices are in haven't been remodeled or invested in a while, so they currently don't meet the space policy that we had presented a couple of years back. And so in order to get all these offices accommodated correctly and efficiently, a lot of these little, we'll say massaging of people out of the space into other assets that we have is most beneficial in that case. So it's not necessarily about getting even more staff, it's about getting people sized into appropriate, workspaces.
Sure. I mean, I think that there are definitely alternatives that may be cheaper, like hybrid or remote work or hoteling, which I know is we do some of that, finding spaces within existing county offices to make efficient use of those spaces versus redoing offices and building out new facilities. That was kind of the argument that we saw in the email from Mr. Montoya about the DA's space, right? It's I think a valid point to make and goes to this point. And then also the only project that's actually in my district, which is another thing that I have a little bit of heartburn over, is that there are projects in my district, but all of these things are at the courthouse or countywide, I guess, service area benefits. But the only one that actually is not a countywide that's listed as something in Precinct 2 is the Escarate Annex, which I could probably argue that is not really just a Precinct 2 benefit. The AgriLife department is not just for Precinct 2, and that's what this would be. That's what this would be for. So, I'm wondering, they have 10 employees, and we're looking at building out a 6,000 square foot space for 10 employees and some storage. Can we talk about that a little bit more? Because that's a pretty big ticket item.
Which one?
The Escarate, it's about $4 million, the Escarate Annex build-out.
So that project originally began with the existing facility that the county took over from the Army Reserve, right? We relocated the tax office into that facility. And so the benefit is to not only the new construction of the existing facility, but also making more room for the tax office and its and its workers in the existing facility and relocating the ag office, because right now everything is centralized into one building. But with respect to the project details, I'll turn it back over to Public Works.
Yes, just to elaborate on a few more details. As he mentioned, the end game is going to be for the tax office to be able to expand up to the second floor. At this point, it requires us relocating the AgriLife offices. We did take into account their number of staff. The idea of where they're currently at and the accommodations the building already provides now have to be provided in the new building. So for example, mechanical rooms which aren't accounted for that you currently find at the existing annex would now have to be created in the new one. So that's where you see the jump from their close to 5,000 square feet to 6,000. So we're adding the appropriate storage, we're adding appropriate size IT rooms, mechanical rooms, the restroom facilities, and they've never had a break room, and now that they're in a separate building, it's not a break room to say like something large, but it is one of those, because they have demonstrations and other community efforts, presentations they do, it's a kind of a combo, so it's connected with the conference room, so if you ever needed to host an event, you could, but it does have that all into consideration as they look into this space. The actual offices themselves will be for the 10 staff.
And they actually, I do want to clarify, there's actually more than 10 staff. There may only be 10 that the county helps supplement the funding for.
Yeah, I know they have at their other location, there's other staff, yeah.
Yes, and then they do operate a lot of our volunteer programs. So they bring in the volunteers, they do trainings, they do, I've attended several of their events, and there's always a very well attended, but they have community events as well that they host.
So I guess my dilemma here is that I'm being asked to vote on $195 million worth of certificates of obligation, which means no voter approval. And how am I going to explain to the people in my district that there's not one project on this list that I can say, hey, you know, your road's better, or hey, your park's better, or hey, I mean, I obviously see need for, you know, things like the cabling and the fiber up and the surveillance systems and, you know, some of these other things. I'm still a little bit skeptical about, you know, some of the build outs here and the remodels. But, you know, again, there's one project listed on here that, you know, the service area would be precinct 2, but again, I think that's disputable. I think that if we did the scout at the annex, the AgriLife folks, and I just visited with them. I love what they do, and I think it's, you know, I think they have great programming, and you know, but when it comes to, you know, the cost benefit for folks in the district that I represent, it's going to be very hard for me to justify putting them on the line for $200 million and having to explain all of these things. You know, it's not something that's very tangible.
I just do have one other comment. I think one of the other things at the courthouse we do need to start looking at is doing some Zoom pods. You know, as we come back out of the pandemic, there's a lot of in-person hearings now, but at the same time, some attorneys have to do right immediately at the same time or right thereafter, they have to do Zoom hearings. And there's no real space in the courthouse where they can have privacy to do that. And I think it would be feasible to do on the north side of each of the floors, to put some pods there that would be private, where attorneys could do Zoom hearings at the same time while they have to be in person here. Because it's not all hearings are in person and not all are Zoom, and so they're confronted with that dilemma. If it was just Zoom, they could do them out of their office, and a lot of them do. But when they have to be here at the same time, it presents an issue that they can't be. And then there's not really a whole lot of space in the courtrooms outside to do it. I know they have one room as you go in, but, you know, it's not really feasible. And I don't know what the cost would be to do just a few pods per floor, maybe?
Commissioner, so just a couple things. We have been looking into that since you mentioned that. First of all, we do have some rooms up. It's not convenient because it's not right on the courtroom floor. But we do have some rooms that are available up in the law library that are private, individualized rooms with a nice sitting area that individuals can use with privacy, closed doors, the whole works. And those can be reserved and booked through our law library. We have been getting prices to have pods. You mentioned this to me, so we looked into the pricing. I believe, Norma, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's $20,000 per pod. $10,000 per pod, $20,000 per floor to do 2 pods. If we were to do 2 pods per floor, $20,000.
Or for how many floors would that be then?
Well, $20,000 would do 1 floor with 2 pods.
And we have probably, what, 8 floors that have courts or so?
So you would need approximately $160,000.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty worthwhile investment to be able to, you know, accommodate the Zoom hearings. And that prevents really also from having, you know, the courthouse being completely in use because, you know, and it would be only for those attorneys that have to be here at the same time on in-person hearings and then Zoom hearings. So it'd not be for everybody, but it'd be those that have to be here for at the same time or right around the same time, Zoom and in-person hearings. The other thing I think we need to work on and that I've heard from people is the internet service here within the courthouse. I think we need to think about how we're going to expand that or increase the service.
I think
I've heard that from some people.
The cabling infrastructure project might help with that one.
Yeah, isn't that 50 and 51?
Yeah? Will that take care of it?
Items 50 and 51.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, and you know, I see a need for a lot of these things, and but you know, I would be remiss if I didn't, you know, advocate for investment in my district as well. I mean, I was just watching KFOX last night after the story that they aired about this meeting today, and the meetings that the city is having, and people within the city needing their roads repaired. Right, and you know, there's lots of roads in Precinct 2 that could be invested in with county funding. You know, there's the railroad crossing at Boone that we would like to have back open so we could provide more access to folks that live in South Central El Paso. And you know, I know that wasn't on you know, on the list here, but you know, just thinking about everything that's being looked at and some of these things that, you know, I don't know if I can justify completely, but, you know, I'd like to have at least something invested in my district if I'm going to be voting for a $200 million CO.
Commissioner Leon?
Thank you, Judge. Well, I'm going to advocate for something in your district, in your precinct.
All right.
And I touched on it earlier. Those have been very good questions that have been brought up. JPD, and Jose, I know that the initial amount was a lot more than the 37 million. And I've got to say that if the investment doesn't occur now, there are students or young people that are sent out of town for housing. They're sent out of town for other reasons, which is more expensive for the county. And I touched on it a little while ago also that the state is considering making 17-year-olds minors, not adults. So that, again, will be a tremendous impact on JPD. And that's really, if it's going to happen, it's when it's going to happen. So I think I had a short conversation with Chief Medina earlier, and she also voiced the same concerns of how many beds does this actually build? And I know that it only addresses more structural issues there than just extra beds.
Right. No, yes, sir. And Ms. Blasas and I were having this discussion earlier because Chief Medina did express those concerns to her. And I'll turn it over to her, but just to give a high-level introduction, after the department and the consultant reviewed the scope of work, there was actually some value that was found by refining the size of some of the elements, and as well as just updating the general costs. But generally, all the components of the project remain intact, and the project will still deliver the same service. But I will turn it over to Public Works to expand on that just a little bit more.
I think she's online.
I don't know if Chief Medina wants to speak online. If not, I'm happy to speak.
Chief Medina, you online?
I don't see the chief online. Not online right now.
You can start.
I think she had another commitment right now. That's why she's not here.
But I think Commissioner Leon is mentioning that she also had questions, right?
Yeah, and I guess she can call you or Fernie and talk about some of the questions that she's got. But it seems, in my opinion, that it was underestimated severely.
Yes, so we've had the consultant review the cost estimates multiple times, so that's why you've seen the number go up and down. In this case, the original estimate, or the preliminary numbers that we were working with way at the beginning, before these books were ever created, were shared with staff so that we could review and assess the numbers as well as the quantities were correct. So in that process of getting the numbers thoroughly defined, the consultant was able to bring this one down, for example, down from, I think, 46 to, then it went to 32, and then we hit 32 million. And then we had to massage the numbers again and kind of revise them with escalation costs, and now it's back up to the 37 million. So the components of everything that's included per the breakdown are still the same as we were looking at them earlier this year. Just that number of what the per cost per square foot is the number that kind of got adjusted, just to adjust to what the market was really seeing. The consultant did this for many projects, and this is just one of them that went the opposite direction instead of what we saw in everything else.
And really, as we move forward, if you can touch base with the chief and assure that we are moving in the right direction, where if we don't do something now, that maybe 5 years from now, it's going to double in cost. So that's my biggest concern, because there are changes in the horizon.
Definitely, and if you look at a lot of what the breakdown that's included for the JPD, there's so much happening on the site that needs to be expanded on or corrected that we definitely have to work in great partnership with the staff there to make sure not only that the needs are met, but that they continue to be operational throughout the entire length of design and construction. We don't
Well, thank
want to
you.
adversely affect
I'm
it.
certainly not the expert, but with you all touching base with them, I think it'll be very helpful. Thank you.
Commissioner, I'm talking to Chief Medina on the side, and I'm calling her in. She's joining us now virtually via Teams. Chief Medina, are you online now?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Hi, Chief. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of our Juvenile Justice Center and the request under the Certificate of Obligation that has been discussed earlier today and this afternoon. As you all know, and of course, Commissioner Leon, who sits on our juvenile board, we have outgrown our space. In fiscal year 2023, approximately 50% of the year, we operated over capacity. And what that means in our detention facility is that children are sleeping on boats, on the floor, because we're out of cell space. Our facility has not grown since it was built over 30 years ago. Our community has grown significantly since then. So increasing our bed capacity is important to our community from a public safety standpoint, and also from the standpoint of ensuring that we are properly housing the children while they're here with us awaiting a court outcome. In addition to that, our state legislature, as Commissioner Leon had mentioned earlier today, every legislative session, there's talk about increasing the age to 18. And what that means is that essentially any child that's 17 or 18-year-old that commits an offense, rather than going to the county jail, they will now be coming to us. So if we currently don't have the space to handle kids below the age of 17 upon a referral, we're not going to definitely not going to be able to have the capacity to serve 17 and 18-year-olds. So your consideration of this project, not only are you considering increasing the bed space, but also the supports that are needed to be able to support that increase in capacity. The infrastructure is going to have to grow along with it, and then eventually, obviously, the staffing for those additional beds. But if you all have any questions that I can answer, I'd be more than happy to do so.
Chief, just one of the things that I brought up is I think during this time and the years before now, there are certain situations where we actually have to ship our young people out for services. You mentioned the overcrowded issue, but also there are other services that we still have to have our young people leave town, which is much more expensive than keeping them here.
Well, absolutely. And that the shipping of youth to other facilities occurs on the post-adjudicated side. So when I mention the word detention, that means our pre-adjudication facility. Those are all children who are awaiting a court outcome. For the post-adjudicated population, we see ourselves having to send children out of town and sometimes out of state in order for them to receive the rehabilitative services that they need, because we either don't have those facilities here in our jurisdiction, or you know, they just don't exist in our jurisdiction, so we have to ship them out to receive them. So for example, if we have young men or women who are victims of human trafficking, we don't have those specialized residential services in our community. So the last couple of years, we've been shipping those children out to Utah to receive services.
Thank you.
Chief, and I think, you know, one of the most important things that we could do at Commissioner's Court is anticipate a situation. And I think what Commissioner Leonis and you're talking about is that there's that switch to the 18, that could really catch us flat-footed, because having been a probation officer, you not only, it's not just a matter of increasing. When you've got someone who's 18, it's very difficult to put them where you've got younger individuals. So you have to create that different space, which is very, very difficult. So you've got almost a 20-80 rule, right? Because now you're going to have 20, but you create more. You need more space because of the age difference. If you could think about an 18 with a 15, and you start making all these adjustments. So, but I think anticipating would be, you know, very important for us, because that could be very costly to be, you know, if it happens at that moment and then we have to create the change, I think it's going to be very, very costly for us to do that. So I think really looking and doing a little bit more research of when the probability of that change is going to take place, and then for us to make the, you know, the necessary adjustments to be able to be ready for some. It's a big thing. I mean, it's a really big thing when you have these differences in demographics within the same place.
I agree, Judge. Texas is one of 3 states that has not raised the age, and this topic has come up in the past 4 or 5 legislative sessions, and it just hasn't gotten to the floor for vote. I believe, just statistically speaking, that it's going to happen at some point. Just on a national level, that has been the trend. And being mindful of the fact that we house children between the ages of 10 to 17 now, going up to the age of 18, you're absolutely right. It's that classification. Not only do we need to ensure that we're taking age into consideration on how we're assigning children to the different pods, but we also have to look at the types of offenses. Another factor that is impacting our space currently, and I don't see that there's going to be a resolution anywhere in the near future, is those kids that we've committed to state custody. Just last year, those kids were averaging about 6 months sitting in our detention facility before they were moved to TJJD. It got down to about 90 days, and again, it's creeping back up that those children are just sitting here waiting to be transported because the state doesn't have the capacity to intake them upon disposition of their case. So that's also impacting us. The ask for 24 beds is may be appropriate now, but I truly believe if we're looking long term, the next 20 years, for example, it may not be enough once the raise the age passes. 24 beds, and I know that I've had discussions with Mr. Joel Bishop and looking at the jail population and those 17 and 18-year-olds that are taken in. Those are kids that, again, are going to end up in our system. And we probably need closer to a 100-bed facility if we're thinking long range, long term. Otherwise, we'll be revisiting this again in the next 15 years or so to add capacity again. And as you know, we're landlocked. So we're limited on the space that we can. We can't build up on the existing facility. So whatever little pieces of land that we have, that is where we're going to have to build. So I do believe that there's some challenges there and probably, more discussions that need to be had, more than likely with probably an architect or with the planners, our public works department, if our focus is truly long-term and saving money now versus spending more later.
Chief
Judge.
Medina, we thank you. Just an amazing job that you do, and I know you have a great advocate in Commissioner Leon, and so, but thank you for everything that you do, but you're the expert, and I think we should respect that. Betsy, were you going to
Judge,
comment?
yes, sir, thank you. Just a couple things. One, so the proposal now that's on the table in the backup, you will see it does address various options to expand the facility to meet the growing needs, including planning for possible legislative changes. Additionally, if there is a proposal that moves or starts moving through the legislative process, that's another thing that we would make sure we would be advocating for funding and timing of when those would go into effect. So we'd also look to see if there would be any opportunity for capital funding to be established to help. I know that's been discussed in the past when this, and again, this, I can't remember a session that this wasn't at least discussed.
Yeah, I agree.
And so it does come up every session. Sometimes it gets further along or more developed than others. But in those sessions, we have discussed the need for a capital program from the state or capital funding from the state to help address these changes, because they can't be made. We're one of many counties that would be facing this challenge of how to house a growth in the population immediately. And so those are things that would all be part of what we would advocate for legislatively to help fund these types of changes as well.
And I think she alluded, the chief alluded, maybe we could do a little bit of research about the increase of that age.
Joel, I think Joel presented. We can bring it back and refresh it. But we have presented on the impacts
Of that age group.
Yes, sir.
No, what I meant more is the increasing offenses that she talked about in the 18-year-old range, not just who we're housing right now, but it looks like there's a trend of the 18-year-olds increasing. So.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and just to share really quickly, Betsy, you're absolutely right. As the chiefs in the state, one of our asks is going to be from our state legislature that initially They provide funding to do a comprehensive statewide study to determine what those fiscal impacts are going to be on increasing the age and the facility challenges based on the existing facilities that we have, and what it's going to cost to expand and grow the existing facilities throughout the state. That's definitely something we're wanting to make sure that it's not an unfunded mandate that hits our counties, because it's definitely not fair. So at the state level, the county chiefs are coming together to ensure that that language is included.
Thank you. Thank you, Betsy. Well, there's one night I'd like to, I mean, it's still on the table and everything, but I just want to reinforce the Zambrano Corbin project. I would like the public to know that it was probably one of the best feedbacks from the community, the efforts that were made. I think we would become a benchmark as to how it all evolved and how it happened. Was just amazing. I mean, from having a fiesta and people filling the surveys to discussions to the feedback that took place. Commissioner Stout very involved in that, as well as myself. But I really believe that that's important, that we respect the community that made all that effort to come up with this idea. But I also want to remind them that this was I was very fortunate at the time, you know, Jaime Esparza, our DA, had requested that I would be willing to take that project under the understanding that it had to have a mental health component. And so when you think about that it was confiscated, this is very prime land that was there, and then having to start. So if anyone thinks it's expensive, think about how much more expensive it was if we hadn't acquired the land the way it was acquired, and having all that property available to us in such an area. The other thing is the incredible situation, the impact that it had on the community, which was the naked harem, as sometimes we hesitate to even mention it because it's just such a negative. But if you would have listened to the trauma of that community and what they had to go through because of that place, the drugs, the prostitution, it was horrible, horrible area, a lot of trauma. I know Maggie from probation department who lived there was such an advocate of the impact that it had on the community, and I think we owe it to that community. One, they responded amazingly, not only them, but Delton, San Juan, and all that region. I was just very impressed, extremely impressed at what they did. So I think it merits, really looking at it. I think it's going to have the basis for a lot of things, not only for that area, but it'll be, a wider area, and hopefully it does satisfy a little bit of what Commissioner Stout has been working on, that I think it's going to have a huge impact, not only in our community, but throughout, and that more than anything, we really listen to that community, and now here we are. Is it going to be just another, all these actions and feedback, and then we walk away from it? So I really would like everyone to see how important that project is going forward.
Are we going to talk about geo stuff now? Okay.
I thought we had, yeah.
The Corbin Zambrano is...
It's on the geo.
Yeah.
Excuse me, yeah, the Corbin Zambrano is listed under the geos. But just wrapping up the conversation on the COs, there was two, again, we're here to just kind of gain some direction. The reason why this direction is helpful for us is as you see the numbers shift, we do need to work with Public Works and M&K on updating these timelines. You can see these timelines that we shared with you all, because the amounts that were available, that were used for the programming previously, have since changed. So for example, under the COs, initially we were on a $150 million capacity timeline, and that was split evenly 75 and 75. But now Stiefel has indicated that that timeline is 1/10/85, right? And so there's more capacity in the short term, and so more projects can move up, and so that might yield some savings. And so we need to make sure that we account for that. And in addition, there was also some items that were proposed and discussed by the court right now, and just trying to see if there is some consensus on what those items might be, just to allow us to continue to work with Public Works and M&K. Commissioner
Okay.
Court, yes.
I'm sorry, can we ask the court if they want to go through those and finalize it now, or do they want to wait till they discuss the GO and discuss all of the
Okay.
potential
So
moves?
We'll keep a running tab of those proposals, then, if you're all in agreement, to go through the GO items next. Yes? So then, Judge, I think you kicked us off about the Corbin Zambrano Center, Project 31. Defer to the court on any project-specific questions you all may have under the GOs.
I have some questions, not about Project 31, but for the first two projects, actually. So I think Commissioner Leon asked if Project 9 was the amphitheater, and the answer was no, that it's not the amphitheater, that this outdoor stage is different. So I was looking at the description in the book. So it says 10,000 plus seats. So is it just to build a stage area? And the city's amphitheater, I understand the capacity is about 12.5. So you'd have two locations that are serving roughly the same number of spectators, is that correct? I guess my question is, what's the difference between this outdoor stage area and the amphitheater?
Commissioner, the outdoor festival area will be two stages. It'll be a large stage and a small stage. There's also areas in there where, depending on the size of the event, so let's say, suppose we have a music concert lasting over a weekend, might attract 20,000 people. They might utilize both stages. A smaller event might utilize a smaller stage. So we want to give them some flexibility. Again, the idea is to attract more and more events that, are on a regional basis to the park. So it's more than just an amphitheater. It's actually two stages, and then there's some improvements to that whole festival area.
And but when we talk about 10,000 attendees, right now when we have those festivals, we have a large number of attendees, but this is a dedicated space with built-in stages versus them bringing in the stages in and out, tearing up our turf. So that's the concept behind the festival area.
The other thing is, one of the limiting factors for bringing our events in is having access to electricity. For instance, they have to bring in their own generators. It's less than ideal. So we want to have like an indoor stage where you have everything you need right there without the event organizers having to rent all that. Because again, they're trying to keep their costs down. We want to make it affordable for them to bring those events to the park.
So the stages are covered, not indoor, but they're covered.
They're covered. They
protected.
will have access for lighting, so you can make a real show there. Just like we had a festival there last Labor Day weekend where they brought in 3 stages with the light effects and everything. But again, if we can provide those footprints, we feel we'll have the ability to attract more of those type of festivals.
And do we have an estimate of how much revenue we think these would generate?
I would have to get back with you on that. I don't know off the top of my head. I don't.
Okay. That would be helpful if we could have an estimate on the revenue generated, potentially generated. And is that something that it would continue to be run through our Parks Department, or would we have to hire staff to do nothing but try to book these large events that we're going to try to attract?
So right now, what we'd be doing is we'd be working, with our Parks and Recreation Department. But, we do partner with other organizations. I mean, the Sports Commission is a great organization we look at. Part of our strategic plan is developing those type of strategic partnerships and getting agreements that would allow them to, complement what the county's able to do. I think for us to grow without increasing staff, it would only make sense that we partner up with other organizations on that.
Okay, thank you. And then on project number 10, I think I heard, so it says county park shelters modernization, so, but I think I heard earlier during the discussion that these really are all shelters at Ascarate Park, correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, because the other shelter improvements are presumably included in the individual park costs?
Correct.
Okay, great. Well, I do agree with Commissioner Coronado. I think Fabens veterans should be moved back to the GO because all parks, to me, are quality of life items and should be moved. But I think that includes this item too. So I would not move this item to the CO because I think this is also a quality of life parks issue. So I wouldn't agree with moving this one. I think it should stay here where it is. Another question that I had, Jose, about the east side 75-acre site specific. These costs that we're talking about are just to develop, right? It doesn't include any construction costs, does it? It's just to develop the infrastructure?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I know that we have some funding for the medical examiner.
Yes, we've begun the design under the American Rescue Plan Act, and then we've also, in previous debt issuances, covered the construction of that. What is not accounted for is the cost of the infrastructure that we're going to need to activate that site. And that's largely due to the fact that this property is, again, located within the city, and we have to follow their subdivision and zoning process.
Yeah. Apart from the medical examiners, there's not anything that's definitively been decided is going to be at this location, right? We mentioned potentially a sheriff, potentially a medical campus, potential retail space, but aside from the medical examiner, there's nothing that's been definitively decided that's going to be at this location, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So could this be done in phases, the building of this infrastructure? Or is that not possible? Does it all have to be done all at once?
I believe the city's requiring us to do everything all at once. I'll ask Mr. Hernandez to confirm.
Yes, that's correct. The
Bernie?
city has requested that we do the bulk of the infrastructure. But and that's with regards to the roadway network, right? But the real question is the utilities. Because of the location and the footprint of the medical examiner, the medical examiner's office is going to be set back further into the lot, so it's not adjacent to Joe Battle or Savalia. So in order to be able to provide the access to that facility, we have to construct the bulk of the actual infrastructure. And most of it is the cost for like the stormwater, the utility extensions, to be able to get all the infrastructure as far as for the roadway. Like many subdivisions, we'd hate to extend a brand-new roadway and then within a couple of years have to tear it all up just to extend utility lines to the future tenants. And the way we've set it up is we've allowed us different locations for future tenants, not definitive tenants, but we are going through the process to leave it vague to be able to have availability of different options once we get to that point of looking into actually either selling off the lots or just subdividing and leasing out the properties.
Okay, but it would all have to be done all at once then?
Yes, ma'am, just because of the way the location of the medical examiner, it's set all the way to the back of the 75 acres itself.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Those are all of my questions, Judge.
Commissioner?
I had a couple of comments and questions. I'm happy to see some Escarate improvements on here as well as part of the Coliseum revitalization. I feel like some of the projects on the Coliseum revitalization could be put under a CO because it's an existing county facility that needs upgraded. It's not been upgraded, and there are some of the things that I feel like could be pushed over to the CO. I'd have to look exactly what they are and what the cost would be, but these are countywide facilities. Escarate Park is a 400-acre park that services the whole county. The Coliseum is a venue that also serves the whole county. And so again, on this list, there's basically one item, the Corbin Zambrano item that would, I guess, could be argued that is a more tangible benefit for folks in my district, in my precinct. And you know, as you said, Judge, it was an amazing community-driven project. You know, from the very beginning, we let the community dictate what they wanted to see there, how they wanted to move forward, even with the demolishing of the building, right? We polled the community and asked them what they wanted to do with the building, and they decided they wanted to demolish it. But it is a result of the DA giving it to the county for services that will be available to everybody in the county. Just wanted to point that out. And so, you know, I am supportive of course, the Corbin Zambrano and the Coliseum. I'd like to see more of the Coliseum on this list, and some of it moved to the CO list. I think that it's great that we're able to do some investment in Scott at the Park, which is much needed. You know, we did this Parks Master Plan a number of years ago, and a lot of the projects that were on that Parks Master Plan are on this list, which I'm happy to see as well. But again, when we talk about equity amongst where the spending is in each district, in each precinct, you know, it's a little concerning to me.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners, so there's a few points that we'd like to just make sure that we've clarified here. So again, so that with this guidance, we can go back and work with M&K as the architectural consultant to bring you the revised figures. Some of these numbers will change just based on the amounts and what's moved into what. So there was some discussion about that Commissioner Coronado brought up about moving Project 10 to the CO and moving Project 14 back out to the GO. That's something that we could receive some direction on. And then Commissioner Stout just mentioned moving portions of Project 55B into the CO and leaving some remainder under the GO. The question there would be which projects under the CO would have to move out, right? And so this is the exercise that the BOAC did. They recognized to introduce projects into one list, they had to remove projects to make room for them, right? And so that was the task that the BOAC had ahead of them. So it's a very similar exercise that you all are considering, and if so those are two items that I have. I'm just going back here, making sure that there wasn't anything else that was discussed. Commissioner, yes.
I'm sorry. So just really quickly, I heard at least two members of the court talk about moving Veterans Park into the GO. And moving that into the GO, there is capacity within the GO to move it without having to move something, but it will bring your bond total amount over, or just under, no, I'm sorry, just over 300 million,
right.
Correct?
Yeah, and there's a little bit of strategy behind having a amount below the 300, just in terms of how it's received by the public, right? Same reason why we pay $3.49 for gas and not $3.50, and it's because it just seems less expensive, right? So that was part of the conversation the BOAC had on trying to get the amount under 300.
Well, I think number 10 should not be moved into the CO. That's a park project. I think all park projects should remain on the GO list, so I'm not in agreement with that.
I wouldn't have a problem with it moving into the CO because you need shade at parks, and it's you know, it's an upgrade of shade structures. It's trees, and it's not something that's new or, you know, it seems to me it's an upgrade.
Enhancing.
It's a something that's needed.
Yeah, so there's 80 various shelters, and I believe this is a replacement of all of the existing shelters to the same standard. I make the bad joke that you send out Mijo early Sunday morning for a holiday weekend so that he can get the good shelter at Escarate.
Yeah.
Right, and so that way there'd be no more,
Fighting over the good shelter.
there'd be no fighting over the good shelters.
This also provides different size shelters, different types of shelters for rental and different use.
And are we going to try to use trees more for the sheltering from the sun? Because I also know that metal and concrete shelters, I mean, don't do as well as canopy shelter.
And all of the park projects that you have under your geo listing are eligible under the COs. So it's important to remember that the statute for certificates of obligation defines what essential public purpose, essential infrastructure is considered, and parks are included in that listing, along with roadways, flood control, water and sewer, modernizing existing facilities. Generally, new county facilities have to be sent out to voters for approval under a geo. However, if there is a specific use that is incorporated into that new building, like building a new public safety facility or building a new courthouse facility, those can be constructed using COs. So if we were building a senior center, that would have to go out to GEO because it doesn't fall under the eligible uses under the statute, but parks are allowed to be funded through certificates of obligation. Commissioner Coronado, we were discussing the proposal you'd raised previously to move Project 10 from the GO list into the CO, and then move Project 14 out to the Favens Park improvements, the Veterans Park improvements out to the GEO list from the CO, making that swap.
Yeah, I just think that, you know, it's pretty close in the amount for each of them. And I know it's at Escarate, but I think that's really more of a general use for countywide use. And I can't think of another project that would be similar in the amount that we could do that with. I don't know, unless everybody has some other.
So we have one member of the court advocating to leave all parks on the GO. We have Commissioner Coronado advocating moving Project 14 Veterans Park back to GO and moving shelters to CO. Commissioner Stout, you're advocating move shelters to CO. And so we need to hear from Judge and Commissioner Leon on those items.
I'm with them. I think it's a good idea.
But I think they're split, right? Is that what you're saying?
You're okay, Commissioner, moving the shelters to the CO?
Yeah.
Yes.
Next item, Jose, that we have a question pending is the Coliseum.
Yes, so Commissioner Stout proposed funding and elements of the Coliseum under the COs, likely the deferred maintenance of the existing facility. We'd have to, I don't have the list in front of me, but if that was eligible under the CO, Commissioner Stout, am I understanding your request or your proposal correctly? Yeah. So right now, everything is funded under the GO as recommended by BOAC, the $60 million, including renovating additional facilities, but then half of that budget is for what you see in your books as 55B. That's the deferred maintenance, the $29.5 million. Those are the things that need to be done to that building as a result of deferred maintenance. So the proposal is to move that into the CO amount, 27 million, excuse me, thank you. That would require, though, an identification of a similar amount to be moved out to stay under the 195 million if the court wanted to keep your COs tax rate neutral.
27 or 29? I thought I heard 29 earlier, but then right now you said 27?
The maintenance
deferred.
projects were 29 million, but they may have changed.
55B, is 29.1 million.
29?
But the 27 comes from the difference. You have $2 million capacity. After you move the shelters modernization, it's 2.2 million more than the one you're going to move out.
Right.
So that brings you up to 188.3. And so you do have a little capacity under the CO, about 6 million just to be safe. So you could move 6 million of the Coliseum maintenance into the CO, or if you wanted to move the whole 29 million in maintenance, you would need to identify $23 million of something in the CO to move out.
I would suggest the second floor remodel and the tobacco building we hold off on. And that would make up that difference.
The tobacco remodel and what else?
And the second floor, the DA offices, it's 10 million, and the tobacco building's 15, almost 16.
Well, those are more of mandated services. I would like to wait until an actual decision is made by whoever the DA is. We can always put that back in, and if we leave it out, I'd rather have that capacity that we could do in the COs later, if it comes to an issue. As far as the border tobacco building, do we need the space, administration? Can we use it the way it is? I don't think we should hold off on it. I think we need to do it.
I'm not convinced that we, I mean, if the reasoning is, I mean, what is the reasoning again, so we can drop off ballots more easily?
Commissioner, it's part of those are the departments we specifically talked about moving, but it's part of an overall space plan to move departments to make space for other departments or other places where we have outgrown the space. So the border tobacco is moving purchasing, possibly moving purchasing and elections. Again, not all decisions final had been made on who would move into that facility, but so that we can make space behind them moving out for others who are out of space to have that space. Those are part of what we're going to be presenting to the court in the next couple of weeks. You may recall that over the last, all of these, Jose shows that schedule of when we started compiling this. We've actually been working on these plans for a number of years. We did a space master plan several years ago where we looked at the growth of our staff since this building was constructed and the buildings that we currently own. We did the growth master plan where our community is growing, where services are needed, parks are needed. We did the parks master plan. So all of these came from those plans. We can go over, we're planning to present that information on the 29th that shows the type of staffing growth and space needs that we have and the new space plan that we have, what it requires to meet, to move towards. But that's part of what the border tobacco facility is to help us address.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't know, when it comes to purchasing and elections, how many of those positions are like public-facing positions that have to be in an office? They can't be working from a computer somewhere else, or they can't be hoteling, or they can't be flexing. It seems to me a lot of those positions are those type, right? They could be flexed.
Commissioner, I can't speak to that analysis for each of those departments.
Well, it seems to me that would be a good thing to have in hand before we make a decision to spend $15 million on building out a space that we may not actually need.
Well, Betsy, what other areas do we have spread out here locally? Don't we have the building over on Overland with the city?
The MDR.
The MDR?
Yes, sir, the MDR building.
Couldn't we move those people over into the border tobacco and sell off that part to the city?
Commissioner, all of those are possibilities, but I will tell you, I would advocate before we sell off any properties that we look at our own space needs. We have neglected certain space needs for a very long time. I want us to present the analysis on what our long-term space needs for today and even for the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
So that we can make sure we have adequate space for our own operations. Since I've been here, the county has added various operations without adding specific space. We did not have an economic development department 8, 10 years ago. There's other functions, communications. We didn't have communications a few years ago.
We didn't have your office.
We didn't have my office, absolutely. There's several functions that we did not have that we've added, and we've never dedicated space for these. So ADA, I could go on and on of things that we've added, CJC, that we did not add a particular space for. So what we've done is we do what we always do. We make it work. And if you all say don't approve this building, we'll continue to make it work. But it is not the most ideal working conditions for all of these operations. And I do think several of these departments have tried or have used remote work. And in some cases, I love remote work. And I think where we can use it, it's great. But with the public returning, Commissioner, it's not as easy as it used to be to do remote work. And in my office, there's a couple places where I still use remote work, but I can't have people remote all the time, even in the cases where I can use it. And I don't think we have even the ability to tell Karen or Lisa or certain department heads how to run their offices. And if Lisa is finding that she needs people back in the office, I think
I think it begs the question, first of all, before we make a decision one way or the other, right? I mean, we're coming into this kind of blindly, in my opinion, and it seems to me like, maybe I'll take the blame for not suggesting it sooner, but it seems to me like if we're planning on building out office space, then we should know exactly what we need instead of this, speculative, we don't know.
And we do have a space plan that we presented a couple of years ago. We presented our staffing growth and the projections, and that's what we're going to bring back in the next couple of weeks. We'll bring it back and present it again to show some of the space needs that we have.
And I agree with you, Commissioner Stout. I feel that if we're setting aside millions and millions of dollars for space needs, we need to know exactly who's going to fill those spaces. Like, those are decisions that should be made hand in hand.
Betsy, one thing about the MDR building, haven't we been talking about convincing the city to leave the municipal court so we can take over that space for years? But I know that there's the agreement that was signed years ago, it's hard to do that.
We would have to pay for the cost of the space for them to relocate, according to the current agreement. So we would have to pay the equal amount of them relocating their operations for the cost, whatever it would cost them to relocate it. And so we have discussed for years that space need, including that as an option, trying to get them to move out of the MDR building. They don't occupy, they occupy a portion of the first floor. We occupy the majority of the building, but they occupy a portion of the first floor of the MDR building for the municipal court. And I believe that lease does come up. It does have an automatic renewal, but I've discussed this recently with legal. That is there a way for us to not agree to the automatic renewal? But there is an automatic renewal that comes up. I want to say, I looked at this recently. It's not in the next 2 years or 3 years, but it does come up. It's not 20 years from now. It's like in the next five years. I need to double check the date.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, just to reiterate my point, I mean, I'm not saying that we don't need the things, and we'll understand that, hopefully. But, we do have a need at the Coliseum that is you know, proven in there and, you know, versus a speculative need that we are still kind of refining.
The need I see at the Coliseum is the renovations. How much is that, 27 million?
29.
I don't, the other one, I don't see a need that
No, well,
versus
I'm not-
versus doing the office
I'm not
space.
asking to put that on the CO. I'm only asking to put the deferred maintenance on the CO.
The deferred maintenance?
Yes. Yeah, just the 27 or 29 million, not the other part.
So right now, with the swap of 10 and 14, the CO is now, there's 4.75 million remaining in capacity, and there's 12.8 million remaining in capacity under the GO. So if the court were to add the 29 million for the deferred maintenance on the Coliseum under the CO, there would need to be a removal of $25 million worth of, or about $25 million worth of projects that would need to shift onto the GO.
The proposal is to remove, Commissioner Stout's proposal is to remove border tobacco and second floor remodel. But I think your proposal is to remove those all together. Correct, Commissioner? Is there consensus on that?
I'm not in agreement. I think our space need to remodel the border tobacco is more, I mean, we're going to be able to do the, you know, we're going to be able to do the Coliseum issue by leaving it in the GOs. We're going to be able to do all of it.
We don't have a guarantee. It's not guaranteed.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of moving.
Judge, Commissioner Olguin, we need your input.
Well, I'm not in favor of 195 million in the COs, so I wouldn't be in favor either. I would want to get that number as low as we possibly could, instead of adding more projects to it.
The proposal is to remove them all together. So you're saying no?
I mean, and not replace them with more projects, no. I mean, if we're just removing them completely from the CO and not replacing them with new projects, then yes, because I want to try to get that CO amount as low as we possibly can. But I would not want to remove them simply to replace them with other projects.
Because that reinforces what you're saying, Commissioner, right, that not to force ourselves to, you know, we got an opportunity and then let's put something back in there.
Yeah, no, I think I mean, I think the amounts that we're talking about, and I said this at the beginning of the meeting, I think we should limit ourselves to just the 195, both for COs and GOs, because they won't affect the tax rate. So if we're removing projects, I'm happy with that, but not just to replace them with other projects.
Okay, so I'm asking about removing border tobacco and the second floor remodel altogether.
Yes, and not if we're not replacing it with any other projects, yes, then that's fine.
Judge? I have Commissioner Stout saying remove altogether.
And replace with the Coliseum deferred maintenance.
And not put the border tobacco or the second floor into the GOs?
No, I'm saying remove them, yeah. I'm saying
Completely
remove them.
from both?
Yeah.
I'm not in agreement with that.
That'd be,
And I have Commissioner Leon and Commissioner Coronado disagreeing. Commissioner Olguin agreeing to remove them but not to replace them.
Yes.
So do you agree with removing those projects altogether, Judge? Okay. So we do not have consensus to remove them from the list at this point.
Right.
Is there consensus to leave the Coliseum in the total amount on the GO list?
Yes, for me, it's a yes.
yes.
Okay, I have 3 yeses.
Commissioner Stout?
I mean, I'd rather put the deferred maintenance on the CO side because it's necessary and it's a county property and, you know, again, there's really no tangible public benefit, I don't know how to explain it, that's on the CO list that's in my district, and we all talked about having equity. And that's not equity if you don't have something from precinct 2 on the CO list.
So just taking the maintenance.
What is it, $29 million? Because this is the thing, I mean, I don't know if we're gonna get the GO passed, right? We still have, I'm the one that's gonna have to do a lot of the work to get the GO passed because it's all in my district too, right? The Coliseum projects, the Ascarate projects, the Corbin Zambrano projects. I'd like to have, you know, at least one thing that I can tangibly say to the people in my district, look, you get this.
But you can't add it,
You can't add it without subtracting something else.
without
Correct.
subtracting something else off the CO list. So there would either have to be something we identify to move over to the GOs in order to get this onto the COs.
Jose, any suggestions on that?
Well, I mean, you could either lump a bunch of projects together, or you could look at single projects to be less disruptive to the list.
The one project that the public most was in favor for that's currently on your CO list, correct me if I'm wrong as far as feedback goes, but first-time water and wastewater was popular with the
correct.
public.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm not advocating for taking those.
Yeah, and so the BOAC's thought process on that was this gives the court some authority to issue certificates to include improvements for first-time water and wastewater. I'm trying to look here in the project for, there's another high-dollar project, which is the Juvenile Probation Department. In your feedback from Barracuda, it did receive a favorable ratio of 1.24, which meant for every 1 1/4 person that was well, it was higher than 1, so more people agreed with that, and about 49% and 39% disagreed with that project. And so the JPD project is scheduled at $37 million. That single project could be moved over into the GO, and that would make room and then some for the Coliseum project to move over.
And I'm not in favor of that, because their needs are so tremendous, have been so for years and years. So just to.
Are there any,
I'm not in
is there any
agreement with you.
programming or services that would be housed in those new facilities at JPD or the Family Services Center that could be housed out of the Corbin Zambrano Center if it gets built?
The Family Youth Services Center HVAC, that is a project that we need to do
Yeah,
to continue to maintain and operate that building.
sure. I mean, because, I mean, I'm not advocating either, Commissioner, for, you know, doing away with or reducing the, you know, the requests on the Juvenile Justice Center, but just wondering if there's, you know, some other, like, movement we can make to free up.
And I agree with you,
space or
you know, there's
something
got to
like
be
that, right?
equity. I agree with you 100%. But then I also know, like, the Coliseum, Escarate, even Corbin, all those are JPD. It's all in your precinct, so it's hard. That's why initially I always said, let's step back and look at the whole county. And we also look at our precincts. But yeah, it's a matter of equity, and I'm looking through everything. What can we change around? It's just very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, most county properties are in my precinct, right?
Yeah.
Because it's in the central part of the county. But my point is that, you know, you have a lot of projects here that are going to directly benefit a certain population and that population, and I don't necessarily have that. All of, you know, the Coliseum, everything at the courthouse, Ascarate, really the only project is Corbin Zambrano that is going to have that, you know, it's not countywide, that's actually for my precinct. you
And
know?
even UMC, and it's, I guess, the way you look at it, it's really difficult because the way your precinct is situated. I just can't think of a way. I'd have to look at the book more.
And I see all of those as mine.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the county voted for me.
I mean, we all want what's best for everybody in the county, but also when we're talking about these things, you know, I think it's fair that, you know, my constituents who are taxpayers, you know, get to see some of the things that their money goes to.
Yeah.
Well, I think, you know, they benefit a lot by having like the UMC. That's close to them. They probably benefit more than anybody else because they're close to UMC. So I do see that the precinct gains. They also gain from Escarate because it's proximity also. I bet you we took statistics, they probably have a high number from your precinct that actually go to these facilities because
I
of
agree
the
that
proximity.
it's more accessible to them.
Accessible proximity.
And the other thing is, you know, even residents from the inner city, I'm sure they go out to the sports park where Commissioner Holguin, they use that out there. So even that is used from some of the other, I think the sports park is big enough that it can do that. I think our 75-acre plot out on Loop, it's more like a countywide deal. I mean, it's in precinct 1. Is that right?
It's part of it.
So I just think, you know, but because of the proximity, you really have some facilities like the Coliseum and Escarate that are more amenable to the constituents. And the other thing is that what the other outlying areas are getting is things that, you know, your constituents that have already, because of the city, they already have, like water and wastewater. They all have it. A lot of
Right, so they're paying double now.
Well, a lot of the CO.
They're paying not only for theirs, but for the others, people's stuff as well, right?
Well, I understand that, but the city people also use Escarate. They use UMC. So why aren't they paying us? You know,
They
you see
are,
what?
they are.
Well, what I'm saying is
They
that
are.
they have a use for it, that's closer to them than the rest of the county.
Well, I mean, it's central, so, I mean, when something's centrally located, it benefits everybody because it's closer to, I mean, because it's centrally located. I mean, yes, I understand the point that if you live near it, it's probably more beneficial to you. I understand that, but when something's centralized, it's, you know, it's better for the whole county, right?
Oh, it is, but it does benefit, I think, the constituents around it more, because they have the easier access to it, is my point. But, no, I get it, but you've got 39 million. How many million is the Corbin Zambrano?
29.
29. I'm only getting 23 for Precinct 4 altogether for the projects. And we've agreed that we've switched the other 10 million to Escarate, or 11 million, for the shade structures at Escarate.
Right, but that's on the CO, correct?
Yes.
You're talking about the CO?
We put it into the CO.
Right, so my point is, the Corbin Zambrano is not on the CO, it's on the GO. It's not guaranteed. The voters could vote it down.
Yeah.
So there's no, I mean, I look at them very differently. And if, you know, I would like to see something for precinct 2 on the CO list, because there's no guarantee that it's going to be passed with a GO.
Yeah, but there's a lot of needs in precinct 2. That not necessarily you're saying is for your constituents, but there is a lot of need. And just by looking at it, it's 122 million on the COs, right? And how many million in the GOs? 29?
Number of projects, sir?
Huh?
The number of
total for
projects?
the COs for precinct 2?
There are no COs for precinct 2. I mean, it's all at the courthouse or the jail.
Well, but they're inside the precinct. I'm just saying.
No, I understand, but like, my constituents are not going to go to the county jail to have quality of life, right? They're not.
But it benefits,
I mean,
but it
that's
benefits
not-
the entire county.
That's not a quality of life, you know.
But it benefits the entire county.
I know it does, exactly. So it benefits you all as well. So if you wanna look at it that way, then divide it up into 4, and a quarter of it is for
Yeah.
me, and a quarter of it's for you, and a quarter of it's for them.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's, if you wanna look at it that way, I'm just trying to say, like, there's not like something tangible, quality of life, I don't know, like.
Well, we do have a
Uh,
Scarate, that's really, the Scarate and the Coliseum. are the
Right,
two
but those are
quality
not
of
on the
life
CO.
issues.
Those are not on the CO.
We
they're on the
we
GO.
didn't move the shelters in, Forest got at the park into the CO,
Okay,
and that's 11 million.
okay.
And that's renovating and modernizing those 80 shelters at the park. They're now under the CO list. Now, we have that countywide
So 11
because,
million out of 200 million.
right, we do have that as a countywide benefit because Escalante Park is a 400-acre regional park, but it is located in precinct 2. Right, and the same will hold true of the Coliseum. The Coliseum would be a county venue that is, its benefit is countywide,
Yes.
right? And
Yep,
so,
right, exactly.
and so even if we made that move into the CO, when we adjusted the table for countywide, that would.
Still be countywide.
It would be countywide. There's nothing precinct 2 specific, with the exception of that annex, which we'll go back and review after the discussion today.
We just opened up the All Abilities playground there at Escarate. Again, it's at Escarate, but what I would give to have something like that in my precinct. So there's a lot of things that go into precinct 2 just because of the location. But
Yeah,
that
'cause
there's,
it's central location, yeah.
yeah.
And again, just to reiterate this point, the work at the Coliseum that I'm talking about is deferred maintenance. It's not like it's building something new or, it's just like any other county building. It's necessary. That's why I think it should be on the CO.
How much excess do we have on the COs right now? In the waiting,
Let me see.
more or less?
You have, under the new structure which is, the new structure is because of the swap between projects 10 and 14. Under the CO, 4.75 million in capacity, and under the GO, 12.8 million in capacity.
One of the things, and it's not nearly that much, that I've been advocating for a long time, Commissioner, is some very good signage for the Coliseum. And the Coliseum right now has a sign, but it's not working. And number two, it even takes away from the look. And I've been pushing Omar and Tony back there to do something about that because there's so many things that happen that are taking place in the Coliseum, or like the Sunday farmers market that I went to. Nobody knows. Big secrets that we have back there. Nice events that take place month after month, but nobody knows. That's a possibility that maybe we can, it's a small item, but I think it'll go a long ways in generating interest in what happens in there. I think the cost on the signage over, again, in precinct 2 of the border highway was in the area of 400,000. I don't remember, but something like that I think would go a long way.
It's gone a long way, so the marquee, it's been.
And the
And
Coliseum
again,
also-
I
the Coliseum
advocated
also
for
makes
that.
us money, by the way. It's a money-making, one of the only county facilities that actually brings in revenue for the county.
The other thing is, I agree with you, Commissioner Leon, on the signage. Even Escarate Park in the front could benefit from better signage.
Okay, Jose, take us to the next level.
So, the only change that we've received consensus on is project 10 and 14, moving that in. And so right now, you're still 17.5 million under your maximum capacity. Your GO bond remains under 300 million. Strategically, I think that's a good point to, it's a good target to try and aim for, to keeping that amount under 300 million. But I think the information that's pending from us as staff that will be presented on the 29th will help discuss some of the concerns that the court has had today with respect to space, with respect to other items. We'll coordinate internally to see how much of an update we can package together, working with Ms. Palacios and her team in Public Works. We are going to recommend that the 29th be a light agenda from the departments that we have under you as Commissioners Court, just so that we can post this for action, so you all can, not action, but direction, again, another workshop, so you all can continue this conversation. We'll provide some updated analyses based on the direction that you all have given us today. Not a lot of changes, but some changes just for you all to see that. If you all continue to have items that you'd like to discuss or questions that, you know, our staff will continue to be available over the next week, heading into that special session. I know that we may have limited participation because of NACO, or are you all back from NACO? Right, but on Thursday? Okay. So that should be helpful. I think the last point of discussion that you all have been having amongst yourselves is if there's anything else in terms of strategy, right, that's related to this. So one of the big items that you all have been briefed on is the opportunity that the county has to continue to inform residents in the community about who we are, what our mission is, what our values are, and what these projects are going to entail. And that'll make a big difference, especially as we head to a go bond scenario. And so any ideas that you all may have, discussion points that you all would like to have, wanted to make sure to reserve some time for you all to have some of that open discussion amongst each other as the court, so you all can develop those ideas and see if there's any opportunities that you all would like for us to pursue. We will have to be ready to share information with the public about this once this plan is adopted. So even on that end, we'll be working on scheduling meetings with your offices to hear the points and concerns that you all may have, and then ideas as well, so that we can start to develop a cohesive and strategic message for the county as we continue down this process. But, you know, milestone-wise, you still have 2 more additional meetings to you know, ask questions, propose revisions. This is not at all the final step in that process, so we still have the month ahead. And then we'll be targeting that August 12th date. Saranda with the County Attorney's Office did clarify that the earliest that the Commissioners Court could call the election is actually Wednesday, August 7th. August 12th is just the first regularly scheduled Commissioners Court meeting. But if it was the will of the court, you could post a special session to call for the election that week of August 7th. But August 12th is the date that we're shooting for you all to take any action moving forward. So at this time, any discussion about general strategy amongst the courts? You know, you all did receive briefings on the leadership that this will require moving forward to be successful. That really is about sharing a lot of information. And so we want to make sure that we provided you that information, but we also wanted to make sure you all had an opportunity to discuss that amongst yourselves as the governing body.
Betsy?
I apologize, I had to step out for just a second, but as far as that strategy and that, as we go through that process, if the court does choose to move forward with a GO bond election order, we will need to work with you all to schedule you to be out speaking to various groups, to make this, you know, completely transparent, to be very clear about what the projects are, why we're asking the voters to consider them, not to sell, but to be very, from the staff perspective, we won't be selling, but being factual about the projects, but we will need you out talking to various groups to make this part of the public output and the outreach.
That informational campaign will very much mirror that that we saw recently with the City of El Paso with Proposition K, where Nicole Farini and her team facilitated a series of meetings across the community where they shared information. It was all very factual about this is what the proposal means, this is what the proposal would do. There was no advocacy on part of by the city on those efforts, and so we would need to start developing a strategy in terms of, are we going to pursue, do we need to start thinking about the resources that we're going to need to game plan for and forecast the needs of a series of public meetings. We've done 24 collective meetings between those two rounds, and so as we get out there to share information with the public about anything that is going to go forward, I think even a discussion today about the amounts, is there an interest in continuing down the road of a CO and GO that was discussed early, the amount, even some of those high-level discussion points will help us start to identify some of the planning that we need to do in terms of staffing that we'll need beyond that August 12th, August 19th timeframe. I think we have the next few weeks clearly planned out, but to be as successful as we can and to not rush anything before the Commissioners Court, any direction and guidance that y'all may have on what you'd like to see happen would be appreciated by us today as well.
I really think we do need to give the facts out to the community. We really need to inform them as much as we can. If the court makes that decision, then we do need to go on an informational reach out to the community.
And I think it's obvious, I don't have to say it, once we decide on the plan, I think we need the unity of the court, to push the plan forward and maybe leave some of our own impressions or, aside, because we have to, I don't care how long it's going to take for us to come up with a plan, but I think once we have the plan, we have to show a tremendous amount of unity, because any difference in our approach or difference in what we want and don't want, I think would be create a lot of confusion for our community. So I'm looking forward to getting that plan together and then having the unity of the Commissioners Court supported in every way possible.
I agree, Judge. It's very important that, it's good that we're having these discussions right now, but whenever we make a decision, I think we need to be support the decision of the court.
Unified, yeah.
And Betsy, once we decide on the direction insofar as what our COs and GOs, what's going to move forward, are we going to engage a marketing firm to start stepping in, or should we be looking at that now? Involve our PIO very heavily?
Once a decision is made?
Yes.
So once a decision is made, we have to be, again, very careful about marketing. And so what we will do is we will work with you all to set up like group meetings, what can be said. I know we've talked some about this, but we would work to set up community meetings to have you all participate and discuss the projects. We prepare you all.
Informational meetings.
Informational meetings.
One of the things I've said publicly, and I hope that I get the support, is that, we have to let the board know, the advisory board know, what is it, the changes that we made, why we made them, because I want them to feel like they're advocates and that we just didn't take in for, say, oh, well, thank you, and then we did something totally different. But I think we owe it to them to give the explanation. So if there's any opportunity at the beginning or anything that we could do to keep them well-informed and let them know why we made these changes, because I wouldn't feel good about working so hard and then changing, and then we haven't gone back to them and sort of allowed them to understand. So I don't know how we could do that, Jose, but.
So we've remained in constant communication with them. We did share the notice of today's meeting, and we'll continue to share the notices of the meetings for the committee members that want to do that. I think what we'll do today certainly is update the committee on the movement that the court has made.
Please.
I think the intent of what they proposed is still being captured by the court, and so we'll let them know that that revision was made, and I think we'll just keep them informed. We do ultimately want to, we've been working on identifying a way to recognize the committee, perhaps in those August meetings. We'd like for the court to formally recognize the committee for the work that they did. But I think they understood very clearly, and in fact, I think some of their comments were, let's make this and let's let I think it was Commissioner Stout's appointee who said, let's send this recommendation and let the Commissioners Court kind of figure out the rest, right? So
They teed it up.
I think they were like, we can afford to punt to the Commissioners Court. So they developed the recommendation based on the work that they did, but they also don't have the full context that you all do as elected representatives of the community in terms of the constituencies you represent, their collective and individual interests. And so I think it's a process and it's a step of information that you all are taking into account. And I don't feel that any committee member would feel as if they were slighted because the Commissioners Court amended the recommendation they developed in summer.
Yeah.
And they were recommendations, but they're coming not as recommendations from the BOIC, they're coming as recommendations from our public to us.
And the feedback.
Yeah.
And Judge, I just want to say one more time, the Bond Advisory Committee, I think they had, I know you all have an extremely tough job, but they had a very tough job, and they did amazing. They were so engaged. The kinds of ideas and suggestions that came out of them during the process, it was, I mean, I would love to work with these people in a more capacity because they were so engaged. And just some of the ideas, like when we were talking about public enhancements, like public project enhancement, Commissioner Stout, it was also one of your appointees that said, well, that can also include climate enhancements. And it was just great input and participation by all of your committee members. We had good attendance, we had, they engaged in the tours, and just really am proud of this committee that you all
tremendous.
appointed and the people that you all selected.
Feel very, very proud of. Ready?
And we will, I think we just want to make sure that for planning purposes, right, so it looks like we will be identifying how to internally plan for this information sharing. Just wanted to make sure that we're in, that we have agreement from the court for us to continue to go down that road, to start planning for sharing of information beyond that August 12th, August 19th window of what this plan will entail. Which the amount and the projects have not yet been determined, but just so that we can begin putting some pen to paper and get that plan in front of you all for your feedback, so that we can make sure if there's any adjustments we need to make, that we can have that feedback sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Jose.
I'm good.
That concludes all the items on today's agenda.
Just the final comment, I think you said it, Betsy, we got a glimpse of what the bond advisory had to do. This is just like just a little part of it, of what they did all during this time, having to vet, having to decide what goes on CO, what goes on GO. So very, very appreciative of that. And of course, every one of you here today, just amazing. I see we talk about the passion that we have to do the right thing. And I could see it in everybody that works on this, Fernie, everybody. I mean, everybody, just such an amazing group of individuals trying to do the best for their community. And I couldn't, and I know commissioners as well, we couldn't be more prouder than to see everything that you did to get us to this point. As difficult it seemed today and having to vet things out, I can just imagine if we didn't have the right people and we didn't have what we worked on today, I can't even begin to envision how difficult it would be for us to, so, like you said, Jose, you teed it up, it's now, up to us to make that field goal, right? But it was teed up very well. So thank you, all of you, and including our media, thank you for covering and helping us get that information out to everybody, our translators, obviously, and our team back there that's always, working with us. So thank you very much. I think this was very, very productive. And I thank you. One of the things I really thank commissioners, the level of professionalism is just unbelievable. I mean, it's astounding how everybody can deal. We can agree to disagree, but we're very respectful to each other. And I think in our world, this is very important. Very difficult things. We deal with them, but we don't upset each other with them. We respect each other. So that's really important to be part of this court. Thank you.
We will take no action for item 4A. This concludes today's meeting at 3:18 p.m.
Thank you, Jessica.